I'd like to call the meeting to order. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. I'd like to call on Margot Minkler for a roll call, please.
Good morning. Going to do a roll call for our executive committee members. Committee Chair Mark Craig.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Committee members John Coley.
Here.
Wes Seeger.
Here.
Tom Berry.
Here.
And Monty Crump.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So I'd like to call to go to closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A3 to consult with agency counsel to preserve attorney-client privilege and ongoing litigation, and pursuant to NC General Statute 143-318.11A6 to review Executive Directors 25 and 26 performance evaluation. Do I have some motion? So moved. Second. Motion by Wes, second by Monty. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. The executive committee will accuse themselves to Kyle Briggs's office. Everybody else stay until we come back. So moved. Second. Second. Discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any additional topics today, committee? Seeing none. Pass over to the Finance and Audit Compliance Committee.
We'll speed this up and get back on schedule by 10:30. This time I'll call the meeting of the Finance Audit Compliance Committee to order and ask for roll call vote. Margo.
Good morning. Going to do a roll call for our Finance Audit and Compliance Committee members. Committee Chair Monty Crump.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Brad Standback.
Here.
Committee members Jim Ruffin. John Coley.
Here.
Mike Alford.
Here.
David Hoyle.
Here.
And ex officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Margo. And I will remind everyone this meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. The recording of the meeting is available at www.ncwildlife.gov. And this time, moving along with the program, I'd like to call on Elizabeth Davis to go over our audit and compliance.
Good morning. Thank you, committee commissioners. We'll go ahead and jump right in. Today, we'll go through the internal audit charter. There's some brief updates. That is an approval item, and then I'll provide an engagement and an observation update, as well as an administrative update. So for the internal audit charter, this outlines the roles and responsibilities of the internal audit function, including requirements that we have to follow, as well as the roles and responsibilities of this committee. And this is something that we have to get reapproved every single year. So there's been very minor changes this year. You've probably seen this before. The only changes are these items and highlights on page 2. And this is referencing a minor change to some phrasing, just to say the standards, which are the requirements we have to follow as an internal audit function. And the only other item noting is any continuous monitoring tools we develop. Even if we provide staff with access to those tools, they're not meant to be operational in nature, and that we can discontinue using those tools or providing updates to these tools if we need to. That just allows us to keep our independence. I'm happy to go through this in more detail. If not, if there are any questions, otherwise I'll submit it to this committee for approval.
Are there any questions? Like I said, this is something we do annually with just these few changes that are noted. I went over already with Elizabeth. Is there any question? Hearing none.
I just have to have the committee approve it if that's okay.
Motion accepted and presented. Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried.
Next is just an engagement update. We have 7 engagements that are considered not started. Those engagements are follow-up engagements, and 6 of those come from the GoGas audit. We do follow-ups based on reports. So the original Go Gas engagement was one engagement, but because we issued 6 reports, we'll do 6 different follow-ups. The other engagements we are working on, we have 5 engagements in planning, 1 engagement in field work, and 3 engagements that are in the process of being reported out, meaning that the draft report has been created. It's just not complete at this time. And then we have 3 engagements that are complete as of this fiscal year or this past fiscal year. Any questions on engagement? Moving into our observation update, there's not much of an update because we haven't done any follow-up. We haven't closed any out. So there's not many changes here. Most items are in process, meaning people are implementing controls to correct any risks identified from prior engagements. Any questions about engagement update, observations, etc.? Moving into our administrative update, our update today is going to include our general time update, but it'll also include some items that we have to report out to the Council of Internal Audit. So the Council of Internal Audit oversees internal audit function for the state. We have to provide them with data throughout the year, and as well as we do our self-assessment maturity model. And all that information is provided to them. They compound it into a report, and this report goes to the Joint Legislative Commission on Government Operations. So we'll walk through those items too. But as for this first slide here on our administrative update, this is just kind of going through what our hours, how we spend our hours this year. This next update, we are required by the council to identify any cost savings, anything that was identified as questionable or unallowable, anything that was misallocated. So from the Go Gas audit, we identified 120 some thousand items as questionable, and or the accounting was not accurate. It was misallocated into inaccurate accounts. The other item we did this year was the Go Gas investigation, and there was 29,000 questionable costs that were identified, and those are separate from the Go Gas audit identified costs. So they're not being counted twice. The other thing we identify is when we try to do continuous monitoring to see the effect of the audit moving forward. And so this year, if you hold fuel constant, we saw a $100,000 decrease. If you, like I said, if you consider the cost of fuel, the cost of a gallon, we saw a decrease in overall Go Gas. Whenever you look at the divisions that were in the original scope of the engagement, this cost wasn't realized somewhere else. So it wasn't like identified that we moved those costs to motor fleet or anything like that. And it also is only considering the first 3 quarters of both fiscal years since we implemented some cost saving measures. So it looks like controls are working more effectively this year. The other thing, we assisted with updating the process to the federal mileage rate. And what we kind of saw from the mileage rate was there was an increase to what we could apply to the federal award based on the recalculated rate. So those are what those are identified. So approximately about $500,000 was identified to be as cost savings or questionable costs, that kind of thing. Any questions?
So you come out with something where you're gonna save $500,000?
No, not necessarily. And I know this is kind of confusing. It's basically it's $500,000 of costs were identified as questionable, unallowable. They weren't accounted for appropriately, and or we did identify $100,000 in cost savings from the audit when you compare over the last few fiscal years, because the Go Gas cost decreased, and that is in consideration of fuel, like the price of fuel. And then for the federal mileage rate, that allows an increase to what we can apply to federal awards to be reimbursed for, because we changed our process for calculating the mileage rate, if that makes sense.
You said you had a quick.
500,000 various discrepancies, but some of that's plus, some minus.
Yeah. There's probably a better way to say that. And
Brad just answered.
Thank you, Brad.
What did he say? I'm sorry.
Brad said 500,000 either up or down, plus or minus discrepancies or whatever. And it's not 500,000 because we're getting some of it back and some of it's going out. I'm just asking, what's the final number when you have the up and the down?
Thank you.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't have that. I mean, I can recalculate it and provide it to you. I guess the best way of saying this total is the absolute value of these costs, if that makes sense.
Meaning plus and minus.
Yeah. But I can, if that's a need, I'm happy to.
So it
that
doesn't
calculation.
tell you how much we're in the hole.
No, that's what I say. So we're up 100,000 here and down 400,000 here or whatever. So it would be 3, but we don't have those numbers. Is that right? Thank you.
Yeah, and these are measuring just different things too. So it's not necessarily in one account we're looking at either. So these were just costs. They asked us to provide basically what value did internal audit provide this fiscal year. And they like that as a dollar value when you can assign a dollar value.
It'd be nice to have that bottom line figure.
Sure.
Alyssa, how do you, if you go back to that slide, how do you, might want to touch on, how do you, determine what a question, how does that get resolved? Like on the gas code card investigation?
So for the Go Gas card, if the card, we couldn't identify, for example, that an employee was working, that they claimed mileage, it was considered a questionable cost for that engagement. And so what we saw a lot, it's questionable, doesn't necessarily mean it's fraudulent. What we saw a lot is the sharing of cards.
That's what I want to clarify. It doesn't necessarily mean.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's fraud. No. When,
Yes.
yeah.
Good.
Any other questions? Our next item is talking about the self-assessment maturity model. This is another thing that I present every year, and we're required to provide this to the Council of Internal Audit. It basically outlines where we're at with achieving the Institute of Internal Audit standards that we are required to follow by general statute. A 3 means you're meeting internal audit standards and you're conforming to the standards. That's the goal. So over here on the side, you'll see that overall our themes are, we are meeting the standards. There are sub themes that they use to calculate those items. Some of those sub themes we do not get a 3 on. For example, emerging topics, we don't get a 3 on those things because we don't have the staff to audit cyclically like the standards ask us to for emerging topics. That does not mean we're not meeting the standards. It just means for the minor emerging topics thing, we're not doing those. Those emerging topics also don't mean that those are our highest risk. So we're not going to put the time into auditing something that we don't consider our highest risk just because the Institute of Internal Audit Standards think so. The standards were also kind of to give this disclaimer. The standards were really created for the private sector and very large internal audit functions. So some of the things just don't apply to us. So the other item here, management and oversight of the internal audit function. By state law, some of these things we just can't follow. So for example, this committee can't hire me or fire me necessarily. They can provide input, but per law, that's not allowable. So we'll never get a 3 on some of these things because we just can't. The other item here that we're listed at below is the communicates effectively. And this is essentially because we don't willingly share information. The internal audit function doesn't willingly share information to external auditors. We will never get a general conformance for that item. Our external auditors would be the Office of the State Auditor. So this is saying if they ask for the information, I'll provide it to you. I have to, depending on what it is. But I'm not going to just send you our audit work in the event that you just happen to be an audit that could use that information. So that's kind of what this is outlining. We went through a quality assurance review this year. That's one of those things that it's an external review to make sure we're following the standards. And yesterday afternoon, we got that our preliminary rating is that we are. So that's great. So we'll share those results in more detail. But all of these things are kind of to provide insight of how the internal audit function is complying. Any questions?
When we were talking on the phone last week, Elizabeth, that performance audit you just mentioned, you were waiting on, you say you got those yesterday?
I got that we haven't got the draft report. I'm meeting on it on Monday, but when they sent me the email yesterday afternoon, it said that that was our rating. So that I can't imagine that would change at this point. So it's just kind of going through that report, making sure that how they're assessing us is accurate, making sure there's not any additional information that could increase the rating. I don't know that there would be, but and then anything that we don't comply with the standards for, they ask us to give a corrective action. So I haven't seen that report, but our preliminary rating is that we are complying with the standards, and they usually don't give out a rating and change it.
And the deliverable out of that is what we discussed. We have to memorialize or have a policy to describe, is that, and we're talking about the same thing here?
So we have an internal audit charter that oversees the internal audit function. What we don't have is a committee charter that is comprehensive to say, this is what the internal function, this is what we provide you at X, Y, and Z date. This is what finance would provide. We don't have an actual committee charter. If that makes sense.
Yeah, but that's deliverable out of this after meeting with an state auditor.
It's likely to be a recommendation. Yeah. Any other questions? That.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
It's time I'll call on Jason Cottle to review our finances.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. We'll begin with a comparison of current and prior year revenue and expenditure activity in both our general and capital improvement funds. Before we begin, I'll add the disclaimer that all of this data is as of June 30. We hadn't yet finalized the June closeout. I don't generally like to present data from a period that's not yet finalized, but given that we won't meet again until October, I want to go ahead and give as complete of a fiscal year in review picture as we can. So some of these line items may vary slightly when we submit our year-end package. Looking at our general fund revenue category. The first, and I'm sorry, I wanted to add that I'll be offering some context for any variances year over year at or greater than $1 million. So on the left side of the page, the first line item that we come to, fees, licenses, and fines, even though that's just shy of that $1 million threshold, I wanted to point it out because I think 3% growth in our license and registration sales in a year where we didn't have a fee increase is worth mentioning. So we'll monitor that throughout the upcoming year and see how that compares, given that we'll be implementing a 3.4% fee increase in the fiscal 27. Contributions, gifts, and grants, we saw a market increase there of about 2.3 million. But I wanted to point that out because about $1.5 million of that is pass-through funding that came to us by way of National Fish and Wildlife. Additionally, we had about $1.4 million that was disaster relief as a result of the Helene restoration. So I shouldn't say restoration, Helene cleanup work that we've been doing since the storm. So both of those are one-time anomalies. Those are outliers that don't necessarily give an accurate representation of new revenue. Moving down, let's see here. Transfers in, we saw a decrease of about 7.2, and that's largely due to some legislative carry forward we had in fiscal 25 that we did not see in fiscal 26. And I'll remind everybody that was for dam removal work and the new law enforcement positions that we got during the last long session. Moving down to our general fund expenditures, we see a sharp decrease in contract personal services of about 4 million. That is directly tied to that dam removal work that I just mentioned. So that decrease in 4 million is actually more of a return to a normal spend level in that category. Jumping down to capital outlay, we saw a decrease of about 3.3 million from the year prior. We were consistently down in spend on vehicles, trailers, and other equipment, about 50% in all of those categories. On boats, we spent about $1.5 million less than the prior year. So that was pretty remarkable. Looking down at grants, aids, and subsidies, we saw a decrease of about 1.1 million. That's largely attributable to a research partnership agreement we had with NC State University that since expired. And lastly, transfers out were down from the prior year. I think a large chunk of that was due to a decrease in timber harvest and thus the amount that was transferred out for operational use. I think we also saw in a prior year a tranche of one-time funding earmarked for youth outdoor as a result of sports wagering. So that wouldn't have any impact on WRC funds. Looking at the capital side, we see an increase in federal funds, federal fund revenues of about 6 million, 5.8 million. That's directly related to our land acquisitions that we've done in fiscal 26. Let's see here. We see an increase of almost $2 million in contributions, gifts, and grants. And that is largely due to a partnership with Clean Water Management Trust Fund that was supporting a land acquisition. We also saw a large increase in transfers in of almost $7.8 million. That's endowment income earned that was utilized to support renovations at the Setzer Hatchery and also renovation work at the Armstrong Hatchery, although the Armstrong piece is pending reimbursement from DPS. Okay, looking at our expenditures on the capital improvement side, this line that shows up under other services was just populated on the wrong line. That should actually be, no, I'm sorry, I take that back. Give me just a second, I apologize. Other services, it's a sets of repairs. The capital outlay line I had populated wrong. That 20.9 million that you see spent in the current year, it should be capital outlay. It was populated under the wrong line. Why did that increase from the prior year? Well, we saw about 11 million spent on land acquisitions in the current year and another 2 million on buildings either constructed or purchased. I think that was largely going to be for the Glady Fork Hatchery acquisition. Jumping back to the general fund category for just a second. Generally, as we look at these graphs, we talk about total revenues, less total expenditures, and then what's the fund balance. What we haven't focused a lot of attention on in our recent meetings is what comprises that fund balance, what's restricted funding versus unrestricted funding. As of June 30, when we close the fiscal year and you see that balance of $21.7 million, all of that is restricted funding. So what do I mean by that? Our funds can be restricted by any number of guiding principles. It could be a legislative directive. It could be a memorandum of agreement with another state agency or an NGO, or it could be as simple as an agency best practice or historical precedent. But whatever the guiding principle may be, every one of those restricted dollars has an intended purpose. It has a specific destination, and they're not to be thought of or used as operational cash reserves. So even though the idea of ending the fiscal year with zero unrestricted funds may alarm some at first, I'll point out that we've already recognized about 3.8 million unrestricted funds collected in the current month and fiscal year.
And on mine, this was an issue that started several years ago in the General Assembly with their thinking we had a pile of money left over at the end of the year. We had to go to the legislature. We got called over there. Whiplash in the committee, this and the staff. What do they call that branch? General Assembly Research Division. Fiscal Research Division, and they just were adamant that we had a pile of money. It took a while to straighten this out, and this has caused a little bit of issues with our finances, where we would end of the year we were carrying the balances, and it took a while to straighten out the difference between what we were holding restricted and unrestricted and grants and that type of stuff like that. We finally got it worked out, but it's put us in a position. It's been a little unique to us that they expect us to have zero cash at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Basically,
The argument they made in the past was that the balances were excessive. So we want to be able to demonstrate that we've utilized every agency dollar to the greatest extent possible, that we've continued to reassess our license fee increase authority on a more regular basis than we have in the past. And that in many cases, those agency dollars are leveraged several times over through partnership agreements and fund match opportunities.
so, and the significance of that for us is we're partially funded by the General Assembly. We're a hybrid in our agency funding model, but at the same time, we get appropriated funds. It basically just covers what we spend on law enforcement.
A portion thereof. Just a portion thereof.
40%.
55%.
And we had to match the rest of it. And the rest of our funding has to come from grants, receipts, we're being a receipt-based agency. So when you were required to be zero at the end of the year and your receipts are not coming in like state appropriation does, it provides a problem. It
That's
presents a
correct.
problem, correct?
Yes,
Am I missing?
you have not misstated anything.
Okay, so that's why I want to make the commission fully aware of that, and we take some measures to deal with that, to make sure our cash flows and our operating expenses, are met in a responsible manner.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
So if I may, Kyle and I have asked for this to start being disclosed each meeting because previously we all sat here and thought we had a large cash balance, we we're in good shape. But as you can see, we run a very, very tight budget. We just had a fee increase, which will help some, but we just also gave a raise. Kyle has asked each division to look for cost savings. They'll be doing that in the next couple of months. But we think this is a better way to disclose what our actual cash on hand is. So as you can see, it's a tight ship.
Yes, sir.
May cover this when we look at the endowment, but the interest that we're required to spend on the endowment, each year the legislature passed, I don't know, 7, 8 years, whatever they did. Is that restricted, that interest, the on the endowment? Does it have restrictions on it? Or
Not in how we utilize it. So the income is restricted as to when it can be deemed expendable. But once it reaches that criteria and the license holders are of the age of 16, no, we can, as long as it serves conservation purposes in North Carolina, we've got some flexibility in how.
the interest that we're supposed to?
Yes.
So we do that every, they present a list and we don't do an appraisal. And when we did that last meeting, Mike, we did. Yeah. Every
The
year.
intent is for it not to replace current, but to supplement.
But it's
Historically, it's been for non-recurring purposes.
Correct. It can be used for law enforcement, matching, hitting with dollar rock.
what is that about a year, that interest that we're to expend?
Well, we'll get there in just a second. But the last couple of years, we've been very fortunate. The most recent year was just over 30 million in expendable income earned. I think the year prior was 24-ish.
7.5 million we have to.
The requirement is that we must budget 25% of the expendable income earned.
And another issue that squeezed this, other than what we just said, structural about how to do the present financial plan presentation, is the reduction in Pittman Robinson dollars, that are dropped pretty precipitously with the economy. That's less money coming in as well. So that has added a little bit to the pinch. So, but I think we're managing as well as we possibly can. But as the chairman said, we want to disclose how we do that on a month, on a.
So what
on a
is the
basis.
reduction in PR? And how much was it? It's a big deal.
It changes on a yearly basis.
It does, but it has to do with dropping sales.
The year coming up, I mean, it's early to predict, but it's looking like it will be greater than 10% reduction. And it's been.
So what are we
that
getting
for the
now,
last-
15 million?
No, it's more than that total, but that number's coming down.
Let me go back and ask, so how much are we getting from PR last year?
I don't have that figure in front of me.
It looks like this year, I guess you were
We-
trying to
we'll pull it
make
up
a
real quick.
forecast.
Shall I move on?
Tomorrow we'll have our first meeting of the committee for the game land usage. But as you can see from the budget, we're approaching maximum capacity. We're doing all we can with what we have. And as we look at accepting more land, we have to look at the cost of maintaining that land. We're getting to the point to where we can't take on any more additional expenses unless we find some additional income, which is why it's important for y'all to continue to maintain your relationships with the General Assembly, because we continue to ask more from them, hopefully. But we're getting to the point to where our operations budget is becoming maxed out, and that we're not able to do everything that we would like to do with our game.
Thank you. All right, just to give a quick breakdown of some of the different pots of money that comprise that restricted fund balance, and these are going by sheer size. So top of the list, we've got our Lake Mattamuskeet Outfall Canal. We're still holding about $10 million there for that project. I know there have been some discussions about, I think, transferring ownership to the county, but to my knowledge, we've not made any progress on that. Non-game aquatic project fund, which I believe has now been expanded to include terrestrial species. That's a partnership where we mitigate the impact to habitat species due to the construction of roadways, bridges, and things of that nature. Youth Outdoor Engagement Trust Fund, they've got just shy of 3 million sitting in their trust fund comprised of donations and sports wager funds. Again, that's not WRC money. It's just held under us administratively. About $2 million in prior year accrual adjustments. Because this snapshot was taken before June was finalized, we've got prior year adjustments that will be reversed as we close the books on June 30. About 1.3 million in our RASP forestry program. It's reforestation work on special parcels of WRC game land. Our newly established Helene Restoration Division maintains just shy of about $500,000 in operating cash. Our waterfowl program keeps about 300,000 in agency receipts, and I think that supports 1 FTE. We've got some P card rebate that was received late in the year that's earmarked to be transferred back to the general fund. Our WISE program had about 100,000 in cash as of June 30. And again, that's a self-supported program. About 76,000 in federal reimbursement received late in the year that again is marked to be transferred back to the general fund. About 60,000 balance in our enforcement poacher reward program. And lastly, about 30,000 in our Falls and Jordan Lake program. So even though we passed by that $21 million fund balance on the previous page, when we factor in what is restricted and how it's restricted, as was just stated, we are operating on an incredibly lean budget. Yes, sir.
Cover that 9+ million for the canal at Madam Mesquite.
Yes, it does.
We won't have any more money in the future for that. That takes care of that.
I'm not aware of any additional funding coming in for that project.
That was a one-time appropriation.
Yes, sir.
Back one slide, please, Jason. Read number 2 again and give me what you just said.
The non-game aquatic project fund.
Uh-huh.
So that's a partnership in part with DOT, but with other organizations as well. If a road is constructed, a bridge is built, and it impacts a species habitat, funds are set aside to mitigate that impact. Could be relocating a species, could be restoring the habitat, planting new vegetation, but essentially undoing the impact of what that road work would have done to that species habitat.
Looks like that ought to be a DOT thing, Landon.
Do we get money? For that?
Yes, all of that is external funding that we've received from largely from Department of Transportation, but from some other sources as well.
Further questions about that before we move on to endowment?
Okay, looking at the endowment fund balance as of June 30, we were at $258,724,097.25. Asset allocation shows us just over 45 million in the short-term investment fund. It's 17.5%. That leaves us $213,314,699.49 in our equity investment fund. That's right at 82.5%. So keeping in line with that 80-20 target allocation that we specified in previous meetings. And looking at our expendable income available in that endowment fund, we see total expendable net income accumulated life to date of $104,419,266.68. As we always do, we've backed out our known obligations over the next 3 years, and that leaves us with a remaining expendable income balance of $60,333,053.68. One last point I'll add for clarity. Again, I don't generally like to mix data from different periods, but these known obligations do include the latest round of approved endowment requests that will be utilized in the upcoming fiscal year. So again, that's to paint as clear of a picture as I can with the information I've got, given that we won't reconvene until.
Any questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Go ahead.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Berry's question, so our most recent year apportionment for PR was $22,308,487, which is about a 34% decline in the last 4 years. Well, from the high of 33 million.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions or comments? Here none, back on schedule.
And we knew when it started.
Order the meeting of the Boating Safety Committee. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. At this time, Margot clerk for roll call.
I'm gonna do a roll call for voting safety committee members, committee chair, J.C. Paul. Committee vice chair, Ray Clifton.
Here.
Committee members, Reed Smith, Hayden Rogers, Justin Boyd.
Here.
Tom Hayslip,
Here.
ex officio members, Mark Craig,
Here.
and Landon Zimmer. Just want to note that Landon just walked out, so I will mark him present. Mr. Chairman, you have a
Thank you. Before we start with our business, it's time I call on the Director Kyle Bridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a reminder, I know I'm pretty sure I mentioned it in my June comments as we closed the meeting, but in case anybody didn't hear, Betsy Haywood has retired. Betsy had some health issues and, of course, she was ready for retirement anyway, but, just wanted to make sure y'all were aware that Betsy is retired, I guess, the end of this week. And so we wish her the best in retirement. And Dr. Casola will be taking over the voting safety role for Betsy. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Director. At this time, we'll call on Will Casola for his.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Today I have 3 items for the Boating Safety Committee. The first item is emergency and temporary rulemaking for a no-wake zone in Beaufort County. We don't do a whole lot of emergency rulemaking, so I just want to run through a few basics. Emergency rulemaking allows the commission to adopt a rule without prior notice or without a public hearing when there is a serious or unforeseen threat to public health or safety. And when an agency adopts an emergency rule, it must simultaneously commence the process for adoption of a temporary rule. And so the North Carolina Department of Transportation, as well as their contractor, are working on replacing and realigning the mouth of the Creek Bridge as part of NCDOT project B5614. And the proposed amendments to 15A NCAC 10F 0303 Beaufort County would expand the no-wake zone in the waters of Blunt Creek 140 yards southeast of the existing bridge, such that it encompasses the area where the new bridge is going to be built. And so in-water work on this replacement bridge began on July 1st, and it involves pile driving operations where personnel will be rigging, standing, setting piles in the hammer leads on floating platforms, all of which are generally difficult and dangerous tasks, but even more so on a floating oscillating platform. And so vessels moving under and around the bridge and the construction zone above no wake speed endanger the safety of those operators and construction crews. So a stable platform is critical to ensure operator safety and to make sure that they're not thrown into moving equipment or crushed under falling equipment. North Carolina DOT inspection staff will also be in the water conducting structural checks, and vessels moving above no wake speed may negatively impact their assessments. And lastly, both DOT and their contractor are required under permit to not disturb the bottom of the waterway, and the expanded no wake zone will help them comply with this permit condition. DOT and their contractor will be responsible for placing regulatory markers under the emergency and temporary rule. And we have requested an effective date of August 7th for the emergency rule, which will then be in effect for 60 days, at which point the temporary rule will cover us through the remainder of the project. A permanent amendment to this no wake zone is expected to be implemented once the existing bridge is demolished and the new bridge is complete. At tomorrow's meeting, staff will recommend adoption of the emergency rule amendment and noticing text for the identical temporary rule. Are there any questions?
Any questions?
The next item I have is permanent rulemaking notice of text for a no-wake zone in Pitt County. And so this is generally kind of a rule cleanup and technical corrections. The proposed amendments correct the name of the Grifton Boating Access Area, and they add Mason's Landing Boating Access Area to the Pitt County rule. Currently, that boating access area is, well, it falls within both Pitt County and Beaufort County. However, it's only currently listed in the Beaufort County rule. And this kind of creates a loophole when enforcing the rule. So by listing it in both the Pitt County rule and Beaufort County rule, we make it clear to the regulated public where it's located and close any potential enforcement loopholes. At tomorrow's meeting, staff will recommend publishing notice of text with an open comment period and public hearing for the proposed rule amendments. Are there any questions on the Pitt County rule amendments?
Any questions?
And the last item I have for the committee this morning is review and readoption preparation for our local water safety regulations. And so our local water safety regulations refers to the part of the North Carolina Administrative Code that houses all of our county-specific no-wake zones. And so, as you all know, we've begun the second periodic rules review process. We've finalized the rule determinations, but we have not yet negotiated with the Office of Administrative Hearing regarding the readoption timelines for our no-wake zone rules. However, we're going to start preparing for this process now. That way we can improve our no-wake zone rules when we do end up opening all these rules as part of that readoption process. So in coordination with Land and Water Access, as well as law enforcement, we're going to be completing a comprehensive review of all of our no-wake zone rules to make sure that they are clearly defined for the regulated public, to make sure that they're enforceable, and to make sure that they're necessary to preserve public safety. And so some of the things that we want to do as part of this project include defining all no-wake zones in applicable rules, which will close those enforcement loopholes and make them clear for the public. So like I just mentioned with the Pitt County, Beaufort County rule at Mason's Landing, we have similar instances in other no-wake zones, especially on rivers. So here's one, Davidson, Rowan County. And so making sure that the no-wake zones are listed in the applicable rules is important. Another thing we're going to do is check for county and municipality boundary issues that could lead to other enforcement or prosecutorial challenges, and confirm marker placement with designated agencies. And so you'll remember a few months ago, we opened up 10F 0301 and we improved our definitions of designated agency and placement of markers so that all of the subdivisions understand what responsibilities they're signing up for when they request a no-wake zone. And so we want to make sure that our designated agencies are holding up their end of the agreement, they're maintaining those markers, because no-wake zones are not enforceable unless they're properly marked. And lastly, we want to update all of our no-wake zone rules for clarity and consistency. We've changed some of the wording used in the rules over the past few years, and it's time that we update them consistently so they're structured and worded the same. And as I mentioned, the goal of this project is to improve transparency and clarity of our no-wake zone rules, hold designated agencies responsible for regulatory markers that they request, and prepare ourselves for that readoption process as part of the periodic rules review. Are there any questions on this?
Any questions?
Great, thank you.
Additional topics? Mr. Crump Jones.
I got one. Did you ever talk to Representative Miller?
I did. He contacted me and we're moving that request forward.
Tomorrow, just bring me an update on where we stand on that.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We made up real time that time.
What room you involved?
Tom's been here yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I recommend we take a 8-minute break and we convene at 10:45 for land acquisition. If you're ready.
Okay, land acquisition and property committee is in Do the roll call.
Going to do a roll call for land acquisition and property committee members. Committee Chair Tom Barry,
Yes.
Committee Vice Chair Brad Standback,
Here.
Committee members Ray Clifton,
Here.
Jim Ruffin, Joe Blood,
Here.
and Mike Dodd.
Here.
And ex officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
Okay, I'll start it out with a comment and then turn it over to Ben. See here, Brad and Jim and I, met, this week and went over all these acquisitions. And so we have some background in them, but we've got some pretty interesting easement issues and, I want to, advise everybody and that, on the committee and others that, this is when you get into land two acquisition, it's gonna happen. So if you got any problems with it, now's the time to speak up. We sent a couple of them back and, we got to talk to, Ben and we've got some answers to some of those issues on the easement. So with that said, let's turn it over to Ben and, see how quick we can move through this efficiently.
Yes, sir. So good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We have a fairly full agenda today. We have 17 different agenda items to work through. So we'll start off with our phase one package. We have 6 phase ones to look at today. Have some in three in the coastal counties and 3 in our mountain counties. So first off, we'll look at the Hargett Tracts. It's a 86-acre property in Onslow County. It will be in addition to a White Oak River game land. Tax value for the property is $33,313, and we do not have an approximate asking price. Access to the tract is through some shared access on Hargett Avenue, which is our existing game land access point. Acquisition will be very beneficial to our prescribed fire program and provide better access to the Morton tract. There's 44 acres of ag field on it and 44 acres of woodland. And the woodland area was clear cut in 2020 and 2021 and is naturally regenerating back into loblolly mixed hardwood. So it was not prep sprayed or replanted. Also noteworthy point is it's a good opportunity to expand our permit dove hunt opportunities here at White Oak River Game Land. This is one of our more successful and popular permit dove hunt opportunities in the Central Coast. So with that, I'll open it up to any conversation on the Hargett tract.
Just bring note that there's no price here. And, that's just the nature of the things that's going on. We're gonna figure out, just want to be sure everybody's aware of that. And, as far as negative, I really don't like when we get 40 acres in woodland and clear cut and they don't plant it back. Because I don't care what they say, it's a mess. But anyway, other than that, staff has approved it. And on the committee, with any other comments now, are okay with it. You might have to tell me a question.
When will you know the price?
So if approved this week at the phase one level, we'll begin working with our state property office partners to get an appraisal ordered late this week, early next week. So we would hopefully have a price within maybe 60 days.
John, just remember, we can't pay more than appraised value.
Yeah.
And I just didn't know when we'll get the price.
Okay. All right.
All right, no other questions. We'll move forward to the Little Tracts. These are in Brunswick County. There are 2 different parcels here totaling 55 acres, and this will be in addition to Juniper Creek Game Land. And tax value for these 2 properties is $136,000. And we actually do have an asking price for this one, and the asking price is $150,000. The breakdown of the tracts, you can see there's a 10-acre square shaped in holding, fully surrounded by game land. And then there's a 45-acre portion north of that 10-acre in holding that has game land boundary on 3 different sides. So it is filling in a pocket of Juniper Creek game land there. Access to both parcels is good. The 10-acre in holding is fully surrounded by Juniper Creek game land. The other parcel shares 0.73 miles of boundary with existing game land. The in-holding does consist of middle-aged mixed pine hardwood composition, and a little more than half of the parcel has been recently clear cut on that 45-acre piece. There is a small portion remaining, a small forested portion remaining that contains mature longleaf pines. Both sites do have excellent potential for restoration of longleaf pine plant community through some selective timber harvest, reforestation, and understory planting, and then eventually prescribed fire. So happy to answer any questions on the little tracks.
This one, we had tax value of $15,000 last time.
I think that may have been next one coming up, the Turnbull tracks. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, this is a no-brainer. It nestles right into a game land. Just a little tidbit here, extra potential restoration of longleaf. We apply in some cases for help planting these longleaf. It's pretty lucrative. Sidebar comment. So anybody else have any thoughts on this one? Okay, let's go.
Next up will be in Bladen County. These are the Turnbull tracks. It's 3 different parcels that are owned by the Broadwell family, totaling 310 acres. They would be in addition to Suggs Mill Pond game land. And the tax value on these 3 parcels, the cumulative tax value is $77,180. We do not have an approximate asking price. Access to all 3 tracks is good. They all have frontage along the state public right of way. All 3 parcels do have a good road network on the interior of the tract, totaling a road network of about 2.5 miles. The project is, as I mentioned, made up of 3 separate and isolated parcels. Collectively, they have about a mile of frontage on Old Fayetteville Road. There are 231 acres of managed plantation pine on these properties, and the remaining acres consist of bay forest, bottomland hardwood, and a small amount of mixed pine hardwood. There are a few remnant longleaf pines on one of the 3 tracks that will benefit from some periodic low intensity fire. And this is something we oftentimes don't have at the phase 1 level, but we felt it was a noteworthy point. The potential for timber revenue on these 3 properties is $80,000. And that would be in our first 5 years, timber harvest in our first 5 years of ownership. Happy to answer any questions on the Turnbull tracks.
We really don't have a clue on the asking price. That was the tax value we were looking at. So mark that down. The $80,000 is a big deal. So as we discussed, we don't see any issues there. It should be almost pays for itself as we harvest the timber.
Can you tell what those tracks, 78 acre, are those solar farms?
I believe that is a solar farm, if I'm not mistaken. Yep.
Okay.
All right. No further questions. We'll shift over to Ashe County. We'll look at the Bulin tract. This is a 1.5 acre property that would be in addition to 3 Top Mountain game land. Tax value for the property is $15,000. And you can see in the overview map, you'll see it better here in a second, but the Rash Ayers property is one that we will acquire in partnership with Blue Ridge Conservancy here in a couple of months. That's shown in yellow, and then you can see how the Bulin tract plays a factor in access to the Rash Ayers tract. It's shown in red. So the tract does have direct access to Harding Gilly Road and will provide us with a great opportunity to provide parking and public and administrative access to this portion of 3 Top Mountain game land. So the Rash Ayers tract, in combination with the Peterson tract that we purchased with TNC, they both were placed towards improving access to this portion of 3 Top Mountain game land. To develop access in a public parking area on the Rash Ayers tract is going to be costly. It's fairly steep topography. This Bulin tract came available, and the Bulin tract lays a lot better, has a flat area for us to come in and establish parking at a much lower price point. So the Bulin tract does have a couple buildings on it. It has a small trailer that's not currently inhabited, and a few other small buildings. All of those would be demolished or removed prior to us coming in and setting it up as a public access point. But that's the main interest in the Bulin tract. We're planning to partner with Blue Ridge Conservancy on this one as well. They're going to help us come in and hopefully secure it while it's available as we work to develop a appraisal and a fundraising model for it. Any questions on the Buellen tract?
I think it speaks for itself. You've done a good job of identifying it. As we discussed earlier, we don't have any problem with it.
All right. Next up, still at Three Top Mountain Game Land. This is the Johnson tract. It's a 6.11 acre property. Tax value is 84,000 and the approximate asking price is not known. They did not provide an asking price. You can see, hopefully you can see the meandering access road that goes into this portion of Three Top Mountain Game Land that splits right through the Johnson tract. That is currently our main public access point and administrative access point to this portion of game land. We have a deeded right of way to currently get to game land. What we're attempting to do here is we're trying to bring our ownership out to the road so that we don't have any neighbor issues down the road. This is a proactive play. Just trying to consolidate ownership out to the state maintained public right of way. Happy to answer. And there's some good biological pluses for this one as well that'll help us likely go after some land and water fund money and other grant sources. For example, it's in the Three Top Mountain Natural Area designated by Natural Heritage Program. So happy to answer any questions on this one.
No, I can't think of any that you just didn't talk through. Go back to the tax value. That tract of land, that's where it is, and Ashe County land's always expensive. But who knows what they'll be at. I could come up with surprises.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
All right, this is our final phase one for today, and this is a trade proposal in Polk County at Green River Game Land. And the purpose of this trade is to fortify an existing public and administrative access point. It's not often that y'all see trades come through land committee, and there's a reason for that. They can be a little tricky, difficult to pull off. So we only pursue them when there's a very evident and strong net gain to the public, to the agency, to the resource. So you can see the piece of the trade that we're offering up shown in a yellow outline, and it's crosshatched. That is a 1 acre portion of game land that we plan to offer up in exchange for the road going into game land, which is shown in kind of a teal green color, light green color. So that would be the exchange. The problem here, WRC does not have a deeded right of way to access this portion of Green River Game Land. We've always operated on really just a good neighbor agreement with these current landowners. They have never prohibited access for us or the public. Which is great for today, but looking forward in the future, we want to solidify and fortify that access. The piece that you see shown in pink is the Gosnell tract. That's the second leg or the second piece of this trade that will bring us access all the way to Green River Game Land. We have communicated with the Gosnells. The Gosnells want to trade that piece for a piece of game land a little further up the river. We're currently working with Natural Heritage Program to make sure they're supportive of us offering up that piece in the Gosnell trade. So what you're looking at here and what we're asking for approval for this week is approval for leg one of this trade. The Gosnell piece, you'll likely see at hopefully maybe the next committee meeting. Happy to answer any questions on this one. I know there's a lot going on. Also important to point out, this access point is our public access to about 1,000 acre piece of Green River Game Land. So it is really the only access that we currently have, and want to do what we can to fortify it.
I believe that area in between, a lot of parking, that's a river rafting outfitter.
Yes, sir, you're correct. I think they're one of the larger tubing outfitters at Green River in this portion of the Green River in Polk County.
So we're essentially buying, I remember when we discussed it, that it's landlocked legally.
This portion of Green River is, yes, sir. Yep.
But we've been using the land that we're hoping to get traded or bought.
Yes, sir.
And we're going on good faith, and we're going to pay 15 grand for something that we hope will happen. So, that's all the gamble there is to it. We decided that would not be a holdup.
We're not paying, we're proposing trading. that
Yeah,
one
I get
acre.
that, but
And-
we bought the access, it would be 15, is that right?
So if approved this week, we would go and order an appraisal, asking for a value for the road, and then we would order a separate value for the 1 acre piece we're offering up. Our hope is that the 1 acre piece we're offering is equal value to the road and that we can just have an even value trade.
Okay.
yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so it would end up being, we'd have the access. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, I think you proceed with the assessment and the appraisal, but can you see if that road has been I guess a prescriptive easement?
That's, we have used the road and helped manage that road for a long time. So I think the case for a prescriptive easement is there based on other situations where we've had prescriptive easements. However, that's oftentimes something difficult to defend and difficult case for the state to make when we're crossing a private landowner. So we were viewing it as our preference was to come in and purchase, develop a trade concept where we could just own it outright and not have to defend our prescriptive rights.
I'll tell you this, like, protecting the resource, if that was my land, I would say it's prescriptive easement. I wouldn't give away land to trade for it, but again, I think maybe it's something to look into while you guys keep going forward with appraisal.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you.
And I appreciate you being a good neighbor.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions on this one?
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our phase ones. If you'd like, we could call for a motion and a vote for the ones we've considered.
finalizing the deal to go get based on what we're gonna see here now. Correct?
Missed what you said. I apologize.
Your financing is in place and we're gonna go by, provided we get the okay to that.
I move these ones to phase 2.
Second. So do we need a motion to do that? I thought when we approved it, that it was good. To make that motion tomorrow, what difference?
Yeah, we've been calling for a motion and a vote for the phase ones just to show their consensus, but
Then we'll make that motion, committee chair will make that motion to move these phase ones into phase 2.
Brad's already made the
motion. Brad's got a motion, you got a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
all right, we'll move forward to our phase 2 package. We've got 7 of those to take a look at today. We'll start off in Bladen County with the Jones Tract. The Jones Tract is 291 acres. It will be in addition to Whitehall Plantation game land. This property borders the Port Palace Tract and the Marshall Tract that we very recently just acquired. And this Jones Tract plays a key role in developing our public access to the Marshall Tract. And the Marshall Tract is it's very large. You can somewhat see it on this overview map, but over 3,000 acre property that we recently bought and purchased in partnership with TNC. The property did appraise at 730,000, and we proposed to purchase it with 438,000 of wildlife restoration funds and 292,000 of endowment fund for a total purchase price of 730,000. The total stewardship estimate is 17,000 for boundary establishment gates and establishing fire lines. And the total revenue estimate is 55,600 for timber harvest within the 5-year window from ownership. Happy to answer any questions. And something we pointed out earlier in the week when we were having discussions is we did apply to Land and Water Fund 2 different times in partnership with TNC. We sought after every external source of funding that we could. We exhausted our options there. The fact that TNC has been a great partner and they've been holding this track for a couple of years now, we felt the best foot forward was purchasing with wildlife restoration and endowment. But just wanted to give you that context.
We've looked at it twice and, the numbers are good, discussed. I wouldn't have any problem with anybody on the committee having any issue. Okay. Put it in the file.
All right. We'll go forward to Thoroughfare Island. This is a 46.5 acre property in Currituck County. It will be in addition to North River Game Land. And it is adjacent to the recent donation from TNC for the Great Dismal Swamp Restoration Bank property that you will see here in a second, directly adjacent. The nearest public boat ramp is the Coin Jock boat ramp 6 miles away. Boating access is the only way to access the property. And most of the tract does lie within a significant natural heritage area. This will be coming as a donation from the Nature Conservancy with estimated stewardship at $900 for boundary establishment and no estimated revenue. Happy to answer any questions on this one.
Our good friends in Nature Conservancy once again step up and do something special. So we obviously don't see any problem with this. It's a nice gift. Do you have any questions, concerns? Move to the next.
All right, we've got another donation. This is a 470 acre property in Yancey County. It will be in addition to the new Cane River Game Land that is currently that we're currently working to enroll in the Game Lands program. So this is a brand new public opportunity that will hopefully be available in late 2027. So the low tract, 470 acres, access is through Tootie's Creek Road. About half of the tract contains the Tootie's Creek Headwaters Natural Heritage Program natural area, a good bit of protection, approximately a mile of protection on Tootie's Creek. And it's important to note quite a few T&E bat species have been documented almost immediately adjacent to this property, to include eastern small-footed bat, tricolored bat, Virginia big-eared bat, northern long-eared bat.
That's on the neighboring property.
Correct. Documented on the neighboring property. Yeah. And so again, donation from the Conservation Fund. This is adjoining to Turkey Ridge Callaway Mountain acquisition that we just completed earlier this year. And total stewardship estimate is $27,700 for boundary establishment, parking, and a gate, and no estimated total revenue. And this is coming as a donation from the Conservation Fund. However, they were able to fully fund this property with a Land and Water Fund grant in combination with some private funding that was contributed to the tract, to the acquisition.
Another good friend. All good.
All right, we'll move forward to Exhibit E4. This is the Mile 106 tract in Macon County, 24 acre property. It will be in addition to Needmore Game Land. Property has good access and will actually improve access to the adjacent Needmore Game Land. Acquisition is conserving riparian habitat along the Little Tennessee, which is classified as a state significant aquatic habitat. And there is some early successional habitat opportunities in some of the open fields and wetlands present on the property. So this one appraised at $410,000. We're proposing to purchase it with a Mainspring Land and Water Fund grant at $135,000, paired with $34,500 from Wildlife Restoration PR funds, for a total acquisition price of $169,500. Estimated stewardship is $32,900 for boundary establishment, gates, and parking. No estimated revenue. Happy to answer questions on that one.
Another contributor, Mainspring. Great conservation history, and they're doing us a favor. Restoration Fund.
Like they got a bargain
Oh,
purchase on it as well.
say Brad.
Looks like they got a bargain purchase. It's appraised at 410,000.
Right. And it was purchased. Okay, all good.
All right, we'll shift over to Cherokee County. This is another 24 acre property, and in addition to Needmore Game Land. And this one's located on the Valley River in Marble, North Carolina. And Mason Branch and Steelhouse Branch are two perennial streams that flow through the property. And the property does front 2,600 foot of the north bank of the Valley River, which is ranked as an exceptional natural heritage area. And the Valley River does contain several species of concern. And the property does feature a significant presence of unique mountain wetlands. The property appraised, another partnership project with Mainspring Land Trust. The property appraised at 234,000. And we propose to purchase it with a Mainspring Land and Water Fund grant at 107,000, paired with PR funds at 70,000 for a total purchase price of 177,000. So Commissioner Standback, as you mentioned, another bargain sale acquisition with Mainspring here, and total stewardship is 32,900 for boundary, gates, parking, and some fence repair.
We didn't talk about it. I guess it's all good trout fishing.
Yes, yes, sir. And I believe this is going to have some implications to the hatchery supported program in the area. That was the point our chief of fisheries made in looking at this tract.
Okay. Don't hear any questions. All good.
All right, we'll jump over to Wilkes County. This is a bog property and a purchase from Mr. Tim Sweeney. And this property is 62.5 acres. It will be a new wildlife conservation area. The tract contains a large southern Appalachian bog that is home to a robust population of bog turtles. Conservation of this property is vital to the species. Good. So Mulberry Creek runs along the eastern edge of the property and supports Carolina Foothills crayfish. So Mr. Sweeney was willing to sell this property to us at tax value, which is 150,400, and we plan to purchase with endowment funds at 150,400. And the total stewardship estimate is 29,750 for a boundary survey, boundary establishment, and some invasive plant treatment, and no estimated total revenue for this one. Happy to answer any questions for the Queen tract. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That was very, very generous, Mr. Sweeney. Does he own the property around there, or is this just kind of a one-off piece he purchased and then want to sell to us? Or?
I don't think that he owns anything around it. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and it's this track and the other track. Is that correct?
We also worked with him on the Key Bog property. Yes, sir.
Concerned scientists, you might say, non-game endangered species group, went to Sweeney and asked him if he would buy this land because he knew that they knew that it would last going through our long arguing process of trying to get things done quick. And so just to show you what a good neighbor he is, he bought this land for us until we could pull it together and get financing for it and make it happen. So it's a good human interest story. So all good. Good. All right.
All right. And our final phase 2 for today is Exhibit E7. And this is another new WCA or Wildlife Conservation Area opportunity in Forsyth County. It's 51 acres. The wetland complex on this property is unique in that it's one of the last remaining wetlands in this area. It's situated within an urban area, but provides significant ecological services and habitat to a wide variety of wildlife species. WRC ownership would provide us the opportunity to enhance the property by treating non-native invasive plants, potentially plugging some old ditches to improve the wetland areas, and also opportunity to improve existing paths that could be used for low impact wildlife viewing, wildlife photography. This is a DOT owned property and would be coming to the Wildlife Commission through a reallocation, which is essentially just a state to state transfer at no cost. And the estimated stewardship for the property is $340 for boundary establishment and no estimated revenue. Happy to answer any questions about the Friedberg Marsh.
Gift. Any other questions? Thank you, DOT.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Chairman, if we could work towards a motion and a vote on exhibits E1 through E6, I think we need to take the DOT reallocation separately in its own separate vote.
Okay, I'll throw a motion to approve these phase 2 land acquisition.
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
We got a second, any discussion? All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right, let's go to, we're gonna do Freeburg Marsh. You wanna do that? You say you need to do it separately?
Separate.
We wanna do it now?
Yes, sir. Yeah, for committee.
To, follow through with the Freeburg Marsh proposal.
Move we follow through with the Freeburg Marsh proposal.
Second,
Second.
discussion, favor, all in favor? Okay. Other property matters. We got some interesting thinking to do here. Let's see what happens.
We'll start off in Perquimans County, and this is a easement request for ingress, egress, and utilities from a private landowner, Renewable Green Incorporated. It is adjacent to our Perquimans boating access area. And from our pre-meeting earlier this week to today, we have uncovered some additional information that we want to present to you. This is hot off the press information, so should open up some good discussion today. So one question that came up in the pre-meeting was, what is the renewable greens planned use for the property? We found out that they're really just looking to sell the property. The property currently does not have deeded access, so they were looking to attain that deeded access prior to putting it up for sale. The second leg of that is we asked if they were willing to sell to us, in which they said that they were willing to sell to us. So we have assessed it fairly quickly, cursory assessment from staff. And we feel like this is a moderate priority acquisition for us, to buy this tract. There is no immediate need to expand the Perquimans boating access area. However, acquisition of this 5-acre property shown in yellow would buffer our existing boat ramp, as well as provide some potential opportunity for expansion, even if that need is 20, 30, 40 years down the road. So want to bring that before you today for discussion. We have kind of staff's recommendation for how to approach this, but I'll hold that until we have some discussion.
Okay, yes, sir. Bart,
Do you have a price?
We do not have a price yet.
and I think that piece of property next to us is we need to pursue that. And the question is, do we need to pursue that before we agree to give them an easement?
So
If you're gonna buy it, shut up.
Go ahead, John.
If we're gonna buy it, why do we need to give them the easement? Because if you give them the easement, that will drive up the cost of the front.
That's a fair question. Is it the same owner, same piece of track, same track?
yeah,
Presumably, the increase in their land value is equivalent to the cost of their easement, but it also gives them options to sell it to others more easily.
Exactly.
So I would say we deny this
Karen
and
Barry, I
work
would
on buying
recommend
it as
this
is.
from a easement request to phase one.
Mr. Chairman, that was more or less where staff were at. That was all.
Motion.
on the same team.
I'll move that.
Go ahead. You want to second that motion?
He said it.
Okay. You want to hit it again just for,
Move this from a easement request to a phase one.
okay,
Mr.
everybody get that? Okay, we got a motion, we got a second, all in favor? Good. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'll bring up one point. We can proceed as just approved there. Is that one thing that we had talked about was if we receive the phase one approval today, we pursue an appraisal, we get a price for the property. If this property appraised, I mean, it's water frontage in Perquimans County, not far up the river, there's some fairly nice real estate. So if this property appraised for a fairly high number, say, just throw it out there, north of 500,000, this likely, staff's opinion, isn't a prudent acquisition. So if we were to pursue the appraisal, it comes in above what we have the funds to pay for and above what we support paying. If we go ahead and consider this easement request today, we would almost have a contingency route, or we would just bring it back for separate consideration.
yes, sir.
Again, why would we
give an easement, or if we're trying to purchase it, and or even if it's, a price is too high, why would we still do that? Because it's gonna cause the property to go up. I mean, I just say we deny the easement.
They probably have a prescriptive easement because they've been using that road to get there for.
Then just let them use that prescriptive easement then.
Can do that.
I mean, I'm-
So they can get that 500,000.
I don't think you can have a prescriptive easement over state property.
My suggestion is.
Tom, why don't you go put it under a due diligence period for next meeting?
Okay. Yeah, let's just. I'll see if I can work that out. Anybody want to get in the deal?
Let me ask, I'm not on the committee, but I mean, could we not just ask them what's their asking price before we get too deep into, I mean, surely they know what they want.
Yeah, I think that we could. Yeah.
Before we waste money on an appraisal or anything else, and if it's a
Yeah.
number y'all, like, we ain't wasted any time.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Call them and say, hey, what are you thinking?
And do you ask them, I mean, are they planning just to build like a single family house? I mean, any idea of what they're,
They were just looking to sell the property. They wanted to have deeded access prior to selling,
which
which
would
would,
improve the value to sell it for more?
yes, sir.
But we're also buying, so yeah, kind of, I see.
The value easement can be the value of what they're asking.
It appears from just a little detective work in the cheat sheets over here that it's owned by a national solar company. That's excess land.
I just call them, ask them what they want.
A
Yeah,
national.
we
what
did,
company?
and they said to resell it. Is that right? Was the answer? We asked that question the other day, and you got to bring back to, because they want to
Get the
resell
next
it.
one.
Is that right?
Yeah, they came back and said they were just interested in selling it. If they were just only interested in selling it, they had no interest in developing it. Yeah,
Sell it.
resell it, correct.
That's not a number, no numbers on the chart.
All right, let's take it. We got it approved. Let's move it to, phase one.
I think we've got clear direction on it. We'll proceed. Ask them what their asking price is. We'll determine if it's a prudent move for the commission. If we decide to not pursue it, we'll bring this back as an easement request at a future meeting.
Your concerns are duly noted and they're certainly realistic.
Yes, sir. All right. Well, thank you all for the discussion on that one. We'll switch gears to Bertie County. This is the third time that y'all have seen this request, so it should look somewhat familiar to you. It's the TED Energy Renewables easement request at Bertie County Game Land. So TED Renewables is requesting a utility easement on Bertie County Game Land to supply a proposed solar energy generating facility that's been referred to as the Mary Hill Solar Project. The easement path does cross game land. It also crosses two private landowners. TED Renewables does have a letter of intent in place with both landowners. The adjacent proposed solar farm is on Weyerhaeuser land, and project site is estimated to be at 1,000 acres. TED has all of their project due diligence and permitting complete, except for the interconnection agreement. They have to show secured real estate before completing this step. So what the board and the committee asked us to do following the April meeting was to go and pursue a price for essentially a term limited easement. I'll phrase it that way, as well as a lease. So we determined that TED Energy or TED Renewables would require a lease term greater than 30 years. The state has a limitation for easements over 30 years. They're required to go before legislature for approval. It's a fairly time consuming process, and one process that does not align with TED Renewables timeline for this project. So essentially we explored the lease, closed the door on the lease due to lease term limitations. So for the permanent easement, and I referred to this earlier as a term limited easement, but to be crystal clear, we're proposing a permanent easement contingent upon the operation of the solar farm. With a reversion, should TED Renewables see solar operation, the easement area would revert back to the commission, be under total control by the commission. And the easement price that has been offered and supported is $125,000 upfront payment which would be paid at the start of project construction. And that was really the missing link the missing piece of information last time we talked about this in April was the value. So open that one up for discussion.
I'm not on the land committee, but are they, question I have, what type of improvements? I mean, are they gonna gravel it? There's a gravel road that equipment and trucks go back and forth, or what would they?
I think it's a transmission line.
Yeah, so the transmission line will be 100-foot wide, will be overhead transmission line.
We see what kind of impact would it have on the game lands if it was trucks going back and forth, it could mess it up. If it's just a transmission line, it may not mess up the huntings.
Yeah, 6 acres of game land impact, so 6 acres of currently forested game land will be cleared. In terms of road access or road construction, I'm not sure that we've discussed any of that. I'm not sure. I think, Dylan, if that's anything you want to speak to.
Sure. It would be no different than the transmission line that's out there, like we talked about last meeting.
Yeah.
I don't think there would need to be any gravel improvements, simply a standard utility access, so they can get in there and land that's needed. Not that there need to be any significant improvements to the ground.
So, go ahead.
How are you guys, is it you guys?
Yes, sir.
How are you gonna access I'm assuming it's solar panels you're gonna put in there?
Yes, sir.
How are you gonna access it anyway, through the green line?
So the solar site is off this map. to the
Right.
East.
Right.
So that road that you see that heads off of Cooper Hill Road, that heads into the warehouse property, is the landowner solar site. And that heads into the site for access.
But for maintenance and all the other stuff, you're gonna use the green highlighted CC road, it looks like, and the other road to access it? Is that how you're going to?
For the transmission easement?
No, sir,
For the
just
site.
to get in there to build it.
Right, it's existing public roads, as you can see on this map, and then there's existing logging roads into and throughout the entire warehouse property today.
So what you're trying to get from us is strictly utility, power lines.
That's it.
Just the transmission line easement.
Single-
Yeah.
So the question that came up is, what are other avenues for you to pursue if we deny this request?
It would be extremely prohibitive, other avenues. We talked about, and we worked with staff on this, is going north all the way around the plant properties.
It's got really significant value to you.
It does.
I stand to reason, that's like adding 2 and 2.
So this is delivering power generators to the existing substation grid.
So do we want to support solar farms? Or do we not want to support solar farms? I don't think
That's not.
I have a personal opinion on that, but I don't think that's for us to decide. But if there was any value associated with that, would you pay us $1 million for it?
Project wouldn't be able to afford $1 million.
Is the state?
I thought that was talked
weigh
out.
in on that.
There's always fun to discuss. Sure, go ahead.
Rereading the kind of facts here, so if the easement doesn't happen, if the project doesn't happen, it comes back to us if the project fails. And we're getting $125,000 equivalent back to game land. I think those are kind of the facts that I think are worth considering. Not a bad deal.
Such a thing as a down payment and yearly payments?
So we considered an annual payment in the lease option. Given the lease was not a feasible path, we deferred back to this more term limited easement and an upfront payment.
David,
My comment would be, Weyerhaeuser has been a good partner of us for a long time, done a lot for us. We bought a lot of land from them over the years. A lot of our game lands is Weyerhaeuser land. We're getting $125,000 spent on a power line. The best place anybody in the world's ever gonna hunt is on power line. So if anybody can tell me this is detrimental to our game lands, I'd really like to hear that argument, or they hadn't been in Woodsbury. Because that's where all the game crawls is a power line. So
you can get to them. We've had that
I
discussion
don't-
many times.
I don't see a negative to this at all, and I think, Weyerhaeuser is a good partner. I think you're increasing the value of that game lands of where people can hunt, and you get $125,000 to do it. So,
Well, Commissioner Hoyle, to your point, Weyerhaeuser did submit a letter of support for the project. Ted also shared all the other letters of support, which I have in front of me here, if it would be helpful to y'all to hear who provided those, but just wanted to mention Weyerhaeuser did provide a letter of support.
Landon.
And just to double check, this would not be an exclusive easement. We'd still be able to walk and have.
Correct.
In there. Yeah, also I would look into just something about the language is what kind of wattage, or I guess what kind of wattage are y'all looking at here?
230 kilovolt line, just the same as the other one that's in operation out there.
And how much, I guess, energy are you envisioning the solar farm for that to produce?
It's 110 megawatt solar facility.
How many houses is that?
It's about the equivalent of 20,000 average North Carolina homes.
20,000.
So per year.
I would just, as all positive, I would just say part of the negotiation, part of the restrictive covenant, I would say if it ceases solar panel power generation, so that's one panel, you might want to limit it to certain wattage or whatever.
Okay. Yeah.
I would just add again, not been on the lake committee, but that it would restrict either gravel roads or, that it's the power line only and there's no other uses, so that it would be beneficial for hunting and so forth and not have traffic.
Sir, good points.
Where did you come up with 125,000?
Well, we originally offered. Staff did a good job of negotiating us up.
They send you back to them.
So that's, we have our, kind of an industry standard and our standard of offering easements and lease rates in different states, different markets where we operate. This is certainly a significant premium above what our typical either per foot or per acre rate is for a transmission line, that's above ground transmission.
Well, I think David made the most important point, and that is Weyerhaeuser has been a super good friend of ours. We've got several gangland on Weyerhaeuser land. And so I would have to concur with his thoughts and give the proposal and leave it at 145. And with the caveat that you can't use it for anything else than this electrical bill, and anything else we need to add in there. Irrelevant. Yes, sir.
My question earlier, I didn't hear whether the state property office has to weigh in on the value of this easement. Most of the easements we grant, the value is determined by the state property office. If they already take.
Yeah, so we can, to support the value. And just to break it down, if this were a fee simple purchase, this would be 20,000 an acre in Bertie County. We recently bought some game land acreage in Bertie County that appraised at 1,300 an acre. So for easement, they're well above fair market value.
Make a motion.
I move we approve.
Couple more comments.
Still got to go.
We good? Anybody else?
Yeah, I did some more.
Excuse me, man.
I'm not gonna take issue with all the positives about this. I do have heartburn with this. Because I think as we look at easements going forward, if there is another alternative for an easement and it's cost effective to somebody else, and as much as we struggle and pay for our land, if there's another alternative to these easements, I think that's where they ought to go. Regardless of the economic, let the market bear out. And it's obviously, they've already admitted this is the most cost effective way for them. Okay, huge. Okay. And so we're setting a precedent here of giving this easement across our property on a basis I think is pretty shaky going forward. If we deny another one in the future we don't like, if it wasn't a solar farm or whatever it is. I just think it's a general policy, but when we look forward to these easements, that one of the first considerations we ask and we put in place before we consider them, is there an alternative other than going across our property? As much as we pay for, spend money doing property, that's my heartburn with this. This is a pretty good precedent in my opinion, to set going forward. And I'm going to oppose it. I'm not in favor of this easement. I vote against it tomorrow. Everybody does their own thing because there are some good here. I am concerned about the precedent here, precedent being set. And the fact that I think as much as we go over these easements, the first thing you want to do when you go down the list, if there's an alternative, that's what you need to pursue.
Now, Monty, I think they've looked at every alternative, and again, I don't think there's.
Well, they answered the last meeting that they had an alternative, but it wasn't cost effective. It's because all they had to pay for, they don't have condemnation authority. If they had condemnation authority, power company, they could take it, they could go get whatever easements they need here. But unless I'm wrong.
So describe me again what this president is talking about. Everything's got its different. You know,
The precedent here is we're giving an
We
easement.
started off 15 years ago, stopping Pender County, going into Holly Shelter Game Land with a bunch of wells, to put water into Surf City and northern Surf City. On an easement, it was gonna be a pipeline through our property. And that was when you start cutting up property in easements in any way, shape or form, how do you pick which one is justifiable and which one isn't? That's my point of contention.
I hear everything that you're saying. Now, personally, I'd make a motion for them to pass $1 million and approve it.
Well, if you give me $1 million, we might talk about it again.
But my point, Mr. Chairman, is that this be a good neighbor because it enhances our game land and that, you know, it's gonna be hugely expensive.
I understand I understand your point of view. I certainly understand David Hall's point of view, and what he said was 100% the truth.
Everything Monty's saying is 100% the truth.
And what you're saying is 100% truth if you get me the $1 million. But if you don't get me the $1 million, and I'm just being facetious on that comment, but what I'm saying is, anytime you grant an easement to one company or one individual for a certain reason, it puts us being a judicial body having to weigh each easement that comes in with just the whim of the board. That's my opinion. I don't like easements. I've never liked easements. Go ahead, Dave.
I was gonna say also, if you do proceed here, I would say that make sure that if everything's that's assembled or erected is, you know, they would demolish and remove at their expense, not ours.
Yes, sir.
The part I was not gonna weigh in on, that I will weigh in on is, guys, this is gonna benefit a lot of residents in the state of North Carolina. 20,000 homes are gonna have power because of clean power. I mean, I understand, you know, but we sit here and make hard decisions every day about dog hunting, bird hunting, steel hunting, any other kind of hunting. We make hard decisions. We've been making hard decisions about easements. I don't think we are opening the door to have to grant everybody an easement. But the benefit that if I were on their side, I would be arguing is the benefit to the taxpayers of North Carolina. Y'all can pay me later when you get done. I mean, I truly, somebody needs to tell me a better argument than we're setting precedents for. We've been doing this for a long time, and we're getting ready to talk to DOT and to a whole lot of other people about easements. I mean, earn our money, you know, if one's bad, we'll turn it down. I don't see the negative to this at all. And unfortunately, I'm not on the committee, so I can't really help you pass that.
I agree with David, but I'm not on the committee either.
But I mean, this is, I don't know who you're selling the money to. I'm assuming it's whatever power company down there. So this is preventing them from having to build a nuclear power plant somewhere to the tune of $100 million. I mean,
I'm not
Setting
worried about
precedence
it.
does not concern me at all.
Let's hear from the committee.
We're gonna have two people that's gonna vote against it. Just take a motion on this.
I'm not worried about a precedent because we are not a judicial body and this doesn't really set a precedent that we have to follow in the future. We make up our mind as a board for every individually.
Do you have any more thoughts you're gonna express? That's your thought. I think it carries a lot of weight.
Other than the criteria that we use, I agree that judicial, but we are a legislative body. And legislative bodies can't be arbitrary and capricious. And we've lost many court cases on that. And we're going to be, that's why I'm being careful, that I think one of the key things here, the point I'm making, is there is an alternative for this easement. And I think that's critical consideration. And going forward, when we deny the next one, when we didn't do this, when we opened, I'm just saying we're opening ourselves. We've had situations with the city of Salisbury. We've had two situations with Henry County, very similar to this. We didn't do it. And we had a situation in the mountains that I know in the last several years where we've had to be careful about setting. You do set a precedent when you grant this easement and there was a alternative.
Okay, so in the other cases, just to ask the question. The ones we turned down, was there a reason why we turned it down because of financials?
Well, most of them never made it. I mean, it was just, they were so egregious and what, we weren't gonna put water filtration plants at our Holly Shelter game. We weren't going, we made Salisbury jump through the hoops. Did they need that piece of property? Did they need it? And we ended up getting a good deal out of. They then go back and then was there another alternative than to where they were gonna go and take, critical parts of our. That's on point. I'm not arguing the beneficial uses of this. There's no argument to be made. I agree with David 100%. I'm just concerned about the precedent when there's a clear alternative.
What do you see as a clear alternative? Even if they followed the public.
They can go
roadway,
somewhere else. Huh?
If they followed the public roadway, it's a lot greater distance, but they've still got to cut trees at the side of the road. They'd be asking for an easement along our game land on one side of the road or the other to take a longer route. And clearing farther from the edge of the road would not provide hunting opportunity the way it would cutting through the middle, because you're not going to run by the road.
Chairman? There's
Mr. Chairman.
there appears to be a in-holding in our game land, that's Rapid Road State piece of property,
Yes, sir.
that warehouse and property.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you.
To me, that's a more palatable spot is
Well,
land for access instead of money for access. If we could clear an in-holding problem, that would be better for our game land.
Or add it in.
I'll add some information on the alternative routes considered, and I think Dylan may want to speak to it as well, but they considered a more northern route that bypassed game land. It required participation from 15 different property owners across public and residential roads. There's a higher density of homes and farms on that northern route. And it also created additional stream crossings for some of the points that Ted provided to us. Dylan, feel free to elaborate on this thing.
That's the alternative to not propose to utilize any line whatsoever. That would be now introduce a critical risk to our project.
So Mark, are you
That's
getting
15
in?
unique landowners that would need this. In agreement. Now, I will say the first time that we proposed this to the Game Land Commission was the green corridor. And the feedback that we received was, is there an alternative to reduce the impact to game land? That was a 20-acre impact. It said, is there an alternative that you can explore to reduce that acreage of impact? So we then explored the purple or pink line there, which introduces two other private landowners, which we have since negotiated fully with or fully agreeable to the easement across their land as well. And we reduced that from 20 acres to 6 acres of game land impact. And the alternative, hypothetically, in theory, you could go all the way to the north, would probably increase that transmission route several miles, introduce multiple more stream crossings, environmental impacts, as well as meeting discretionary agreement from 15 unique homeowners, farm owners, and landowners. Again, I'd be very confident saying that would introduce a very critical risk to this project advancing at all.
You don't have the discretion to make a better decision on the amount of money we're getting.
Right here and now, or,
Can you give us an answer?
I mean, I think 125,000 is, the best offer that we can make. I think
Going
it's certainly a
once, going twice.
fair premium.
Brad, make a motion here.
I made the motion, but make it again. I move we accept this.
Accept this offer that, is the easement address in Bertie County, by Warehouser. So, I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, committee? Okay. There you have it.
As contentious as this is, maybe you should say all opposed as well, to see if anyone's.
Surely everybody be
Yeah, I
opposed.
understand the question. How many opposed?
I can't vote till tomorrow.
Yes,
it has to be just your members.
We're moving it to tomorrow, then the full commission has.
You can see that your committee.
I got it. Sure.
I just like to
What
make sure.
everybody's
there's-
thinking if there's a serious movement. Okay. I'll have it for you. What else we need to take those agendas and put it to tomorrow? We made the motion, we got it. Let's go to the next.
We'll move forward to Exhibit F3. This is the DOT easement request at Green River Game Land in Polk County. This is for some Hurricane Helene repair on Green River Cove Road, and the request impacts 0.4 acres of Green River Game Land, and value to be set by State Property Office, as we always do with these DOT easements. Happy to answer any questions on this one.
Seems like we've got a figure already kind of set as a precedent of what we, $20,000 an acre.
Questions, comments before moving forward to F4?
I don't remember, having any issues with this. Other than it's, it's another easement, it's an encroachment. But I think I'm okay. Does anybody have any other thoughts? Easements are always controversial. I don't hear any,
Permanent easement, correct? Yes, sir.
okay, so do I hear a motion to approve this?
Move we approve this one.
Second? Ray, you want to second that?
What am I seconding? Hold on.
Hang on. You want to second it? Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Okay.
Get dinner out of that or something.
Holly Shelter.
So the final land matter for today is the Holly Shelter Game Land dedication consideration. And this is tying into the restoration project, the Peatland Restoration Project that Chief Darren Barnes presented back in June. So you see the overall area of Holly Shelter Game Land outlined in black. The Peatland Restoration Project footprint is shown in dark green in the core of Holly Shelter Game Land. And this is a peatland restoration project that the commission is moving forward with Nature Conservancy. Construction of the project will begin sometime this fall. Something that a missing component to these restoration projects has always been the stewardship funding that allows us to maintain the restoration infrastructure long-term. And in this particular situation, we're considering entering into a partnership with Nature Conservancy and the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources to obligate some EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Act funding in the amount of $5,125,000 as a stewardship endowment to allow us to steward and maintain this restoration project over a 25-year term. So the natural heritage dedication that will be placed on this peatland restoration project footprint, the natural heritage dedication is really analogous to a conservation easement. So in order for the Nature Conservancy and the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources to dedicate that $5.1 million, there has to be some instrument that is in place over that 25-year term, which is the natural heritage dedication. So what we're asking the board to consider today is amending the Holly Shelter Articles of Dedication for this peatland restoration project. And again, that is in exchange or enabled by this $5.1 million stewardship endowment through the EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. Happy to answer any questions on this one. Chairman Craig.
It's not to impact our constituents' ability to utilize the game land. They'll still be able to hunt, et cetera, et cetera.
Correct. Yes, sir.
This is good.
This is sort of the opposite of
big deal.
what Commissioner Wyndham was talking about, putting wells to provide water for coastal communities and drawing down the water table. This is raising up the water table.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Did we have a big fire there?
Yes, sir.
Three.
That's actually primarily what this restoration is trying to repair, is this damage of the fire where it burned down into the peat soil.
All about protecting the carbon.
It's
Anyway, I think it had a discussion when, there's a whole lot to think about here, but it's all simply put in a package. We're gonna get $5 million. We don't know whether we're gonna get it up front or just get it as we need it. But that's what we've got for 22 years or so until, it's over with. We've got other properties that we've got to protect that we're not getting any funding to do that. So I think we ended up thinking that it might not be that bad a deal. It's $5 million. But does that include construction?
No, sir. Construction is handled and funded totally separate. This is just a stewardship endowment that will be set up and in place at the completion of construction and the beginning of the project.
Every month or every year or what?
It'll be a $5.1 million payment upfront set up in a stewardship endowment, and we'll have the ability to pull from that as needed for maintenance and management of the site over the 25-year term.
I think, if anybody have any thoughts, I'm going to add this, to be sure, this is a pretty big deal. I think we thought through it enough amongst, we talked about it for 30 minutes, about all the ins and outs about it. So anybody want to make a motion to approve this as presented?
A second.
All right, second, discussion, none, all in favor? Aye. Okay, buddy.
Mr. Chairman, I think we skipped over a vote on Exhibit F1. Well, no, we didn't. We had a vote. Never mind. We're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else have any thoughts? I don't. Let's move on. Land acquisition property meeting. Done.
All right, as way of announcement, we have lunch downstairs because they're stuck in traffic. They'll be here at about 12:15. So take a break, make your phone calls and ease your way downstairs.
DC's committee. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. Recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.gov. Call on Margot Minkler for a roll call.
Going to do a roll call for our species committee members. Committee Chair Brian Stenback. Committee Vice Chair Joe Blood.
Here.
Committee Member Tommy Bumble. Hayden Rogers. Reed Smith. John Alexander. Ex officio members Mark Craig.
Here.
And Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, I do want to note that Commissioner Bumble and Commissioner Alexander are in the building, so when they come back into the boardroom, I can mark the presence and then we'll have a forum.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Follow Shannon Deaton. For Wildlife Diversity Award.
Good afternoon. You should, each of the Habitat and Non-Game Endangered Species Committee members should have gotten an email from me on June 12th circulating nominee information for the 2026 Thomas L. Quay Wildlife Diversity Award. You were each invited to review this information, cast a vote before the June 2026 commission meetings. As a reminder, the Thomas L. Quay Wildlife Diversity Award is an annual award, has been given to by the Wildlife Commission since 2006, and it recognizes an individual or organization for outstanding contributions to wildlife diversity within North Carolina. Nominations were accepted from the public from January to March 2nd. And we had a total of 9 nominations. All nominations were first considered by the Non-Game Wildlife Advisory Committee at their April business meeting. And they recommended 3 of the most deserving nominees for your consideration. Once, as a reminder also, once a recipient is approved by the full board, and we expect to host an award presentation during a 2026 commission business meeting. So based on the votes submitted by your committee, Dr. Theodore Simons is the recommended nominee for board consideration, and staff recommends that Henge's request board approval for their selection during the committee report outs tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Next up, Jeff Hall, Aubrey Green, and Dr. Sarah Schweitzer for a presentation on using sensitive habitat zones and really Gopher Frog conservation.
Thank you, Chairman Stanback. I just want to quickly introduce our speakers here. Jeff Hall represents us with the North Carolina Partners Amphibian and Reptile Conservation and is our statewide herpetologist. And Aubrey Heppel Green is our herpetologist in the Sandhills and Piedmont region. And I'm going to turn over the presentation to those two once we get started.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to come and share with you a little bit about a really interesting frog species, the gopher frog. It would be important for me to note we have lots of partners that are involved in the work that I'm going to share with you today. It's certainly not just the Wildlife Commission involved with this species. So we have tons of folks, whether it be property access, head starting, which you're going to hear a little bit about in a second, or all the various aspects of the natural history of this species. We have lots and lots of folks that have assisted with this effort. Here is the main player, a gopher frog. If you've never seen one before, looks a little bit like a large bumpy toad. Does have that rough warty skin like a toad, a little bit smaller than a bullfrog, a little bit bigger than a green frog, if you're familiar with those species, just to give you an idea of the size. Like many species, it's a longleaf specialist. So this is sort of the habitat you might find it in during the upland period of its life. Fire is a key important element of this system to maintain this sort of upland condition, but also for maintaining ponds where this species lives in. It needs fire to actually periodically burn through those wetlands if it can. And also for creating stump holes, which these frogs live in throughout most of the year when they're not at the breeding pond. And this is a good example of a nice stump hole on Holly Shelter game lands used by this species. They need ponds that do periodically dry. This is what they might look like during the winter. This is a pond in Croatan National Forest used by gopher frogs. And then this is that same pond during the summer. So because it dries periodically, fish are not able to survive in this, and fish are highly predaceous on some species of amphibians. And gopher frogs typically don't breed in ponds that have fish in them. So ponds that periodically dry are another part of the puzzle for helping this frog along. We've learned a lot about how much these frogs actually move across the landscape. They do use these ponds for breeding, but in the rest of the year, they're up in the uplands. And so with a project that we did back in the, say, 2010 to 2012 time period, we actually attached small transmitters to frogs and allowed them to move across the landscape as they would normally. What you'll notice from this is that they really moved a whole great distance. Now, if you look at this, what I call the giant eyeball monster from outer space, there's a pond in the right middle of that. So that's a pond, that's 17 frog pond that you're going to hear a little bit about in a minute. Each one of these lines represents the path of travel that these frogs took away from that wetland. And then if it has a little round circle at the end, that's a stump hole that frog chose to use for the rest of the year. And what you see from this is that these frogs moved an average distance of 1 mile away from that wetland. And in fact, we had one frog that traveled 2.2 miles. We called him Marathon Frog. And that's that one longest line that you see there at the bottom. Interestingly, these frogs use these same stumps year after year, including Marathon Frog, who went right by other stumps that we thought looked great, but he went to that very specific one 2 years in a row. So these frogs, they know their landscape and they use a lot of it. So what does 5,000 acres look like on the landscape when you think about a population of gopher frogs? This is Croatan National Forest. And if we zoom into one of those clusters where there were some little blue dots, now we see in the very middle here, these small red dots are ponds that are used for breeding by gopher frogs. And that red line that goes all the way around the outside is roughly 2-mile radius around those ponds, giving you an idea of how much land these frogs really do use when they're not in the breeding ponds. So they travel a whole lot. Now, of course, they're not going into the ICW there that you see at the bottom, but they are using a large part of our landscape. The green line, by the way, just indicates game lands, in this case, Croatan National Forest. So how do we know where they are and how they're doing? Well, we go out and we do surveys for them. We listen for them calling. If they're in places where we can't get to, we might use automated audio recording devices like the one on the left there, or as we frog people call them, frog loggers. They work really well, and you can leave them to record for long periods of time. If we, later on, we may go do egg mass surveys after we've done some frog call surveys. Egg mass surveys are really helpful to give us an idea of how many frogs are out there, because each egg mass represents one adult male and one adult female. So if we find 20 egg masses, we know there's about 40 frogs that live in that population. We also may do dip netting for tadpoles. If we miss the calling and the egg mass time period, they're out there in the ponds for somewhere between 3 to 5 months, depending. So from all this work that we've done, we know now we have about 7 gopher frog populations in North Carolina. That's down from 23 that we once had. So we've lost a fair amount off of our habitats. The small red dots, again, are breeding ponds that gopher frogs use. The larger red line is that same 2-mile buffer that gives you an idea of the area that these animals are using. 5 populations in the outer coastal plain and 2 populations in the sandhills. So what could we do about it? Well, we could just keep monitoring and see the populations, going down and losing them, but that's not really what the Wildlife Commission does. We try to come up with strategies to help species. And so in this case, one of the things we do, many of you probably heard of head starting before. I'm a big cheese ball, frogs jump. So jump starting is what we've got here. So we look for ponds, we look for egg masses in those ponds, we collect small portions of those egg masses. Then we raise them in outdoor tanks. And by the we, I do mean the royal we, because the commission really doesn't do any of this, but we have partners like Fort Fisher Aquarium, CMAST, NC State University, NC Zoo, lots of folks like that help us do this part of it. And then eventually we have juvenile frogs that we release back at the wetlands. And when these frogs, right at the time we're ready to release them, it's right after they've gone through metamorphosis. And so a lot of times we call them metamorphs just for short. That just means a young frog. And this is lots of the partners that have helped us with that various jump starting effort. Lots and lots of folks through the years. We've been doing it about 12 years now. We also, in conjunction with that, are doing a lot of restoration on the ground, because otherwise we'd just be pouring water into a bucket with holes in it, just adding frogs on the landscape, if we're not also trying to make that landscape better for them. And so this is one example of a pond on Block T on the Sandhills, where we did a lot of restoration. Well, it's one thing for me to say, oh yeah, I think it looks great. I love how this pond looks. But what did the amphibians actually think? Before restoration, we had 3 species of amphibians using the pond. And since then, we are up to 12 species using it, including 2 species that are species of greatest conservation need, Pine Barrens tree frog and eastern tiger salamander. We haven't had gopher frogs move into that pond yet on their own, but we have been able to translocate them there because the pond is now functioning like we think it probably did historically. Another site that we've done some restoration in, Holly Shelter Game Lands, we called it Hope Pond. On the left there, you can see before we've done a lot of work, it's basically a borrow pit. So it's a clay-lined type of thing. And so we were trying to make it a little better, put some vegetation in there, change the soils to be a little more organic, a little less, have the pH a little bit closer to what gopher frogs like. This is what it looked like sort of in the beginning stages. And then as we go through the years, becomes more and more vegetated, looks a lot better, looks more like, again, what Jeff Hall thinks the frogs might like. So what did the frogs think about it? Well, the last several years, we've had really good success there, roughly 50 egg masses in that pond the last couple of years. So that's really, really good success. And as well, we've had some other ponds nearby that we're also doing some restoration in, and also had some additional egg masses there too. And that brings us back to Sandhills Game Land. This is that same line you saw before, roughly 2 miles around. And that's 17 frog pond right in the middle. And I'm going to turn it over to Aubrey to talk to you a little bit more about another management strategy we'd like to use.
Thanks, Jeff. And yeah, jumping back over to the Sandhills. We have some concerns for this wetland, but also for the gopher frog population that call it home. So first, we're seeing a lot of increased military use in and around the wetland. So Fort Bragg and Camp McCall do use Sandhills Game Land for military training activity. They follow our boundaries, they follow our signage and our rules, but we are seeing, because of this, we are still seeing a lot of incidental wildfire at undesired times in and around this wetland, increased vehicle activity in and around the wetland, as well as increased trash and ground disturbance in general. Secondly, researchers and wildlife watchers are actually very well aware of this wetland and the species that live there, including the gopher frog and the other SGCN species that use it. They're excited about it. They want to see these species, but that can be harmful if they go and visit the pond when the frogs are trying to breed. So they're visiting it during breeding season, which can actually stop the desired breeding activity. And lastly, gopher frog activity historically would happen February to March. Our wetlands would fill with winter rains, and gopher frogs would come in and breed during that time. With changing weather patterns, we are not seeing those winter rains happening. They're coming maybe later in the spring, or we're not even getting them at all. Like this year, that wetland is still dry. But we do sometimes see the fall tropical systems come through and actually fill the wetland. The good news is the gopher frogs are adapting and they will actually come in and breed at those alternative times. That, however, means that we're getting breeding activity occurring anytime from September to May. And metamorphs, like Jeff mentioned, are baby frogs. They're actively dispersing from the wetland June through August. This basically means that we can be seeing gopher frog activity on the landscape any time of the year. So one thing that we can do to address these concerns is create a sensitive habitat zone. So this is in rule as portions of game lands that are posted as such are closed to use by the public during the date specified on a sign, and entry is prohibited without written approval. This does require, to designate this zone would require a public input meeting, after which comments would be presented to the commission for final determination. We have not used this designation on game lands to date. It's a fairly new rule. To my understanding, this was originally created for species, especially like the gopher frog, in mind and their habitat. So Sandhills Game Land is around 65,000 acres. You can see in the bottom left. The proposed sensitive habitat zone is a little under 420 acres. We worked with Land and Water Access to determine the best boundaries for this. You can see the wetland there in the middle. This is 17 Frog Pond. The very odd boundary that you see is because this is actually two different burn units, and these are the roads and fire breaks that are used for those two burn units. The closure dates that we would propose would be year round, because as I mentioned, gopher frogs are actively on the landscape potentially throughout the entire year at this point. And the main purpose would be protection of this last natural occurring gopher frog population on Sandhills Game Land. And I say population and not just wetland, because as Jeff mentioned, they are not just using the wetland. They're only in that wetland a couple of months out of the year. The rest of the time, they're actually in the uplands. You can see again that 2.2 mile radius that we did in our study years ago. More recently, Marshall et al. Found that you see the blue circle contains approximately, they estimate at 90% of the gopher frog population can be found within that radius. So that is around 1,000 meters, or around 2/3 of a mile. And the sensitive habitat zone that we are proposing would be well within that, and this would go a really long way towards protecting that population overall for the long term. And lastly, I want to point out that while gopher frogs are what we're talking to you about today, there's a lot of other species that use this wetland and the surrounding uplands. Some of the herps include eastern tiger salamander, ornate chorus frog, eastern tiger salamander, ornate chorus frog, eastern chicken turtle, southern hognose, and northern pine snake. All of these are listed or SGCN, as well as not just to focus on the herps, we also have a lot of bird species, butterflies, and insects, as well as plants that not only are in the area, but actually within this sensitive habitat zone. This would be protecting a lot of other species. So the timeline that this would take place would require this presentation today, conducting a public input meeting in Richmond County, and then presenting those comments to the committee of the whole, and then the final determination by the commission at the following meeting. And then to install the signs to designate this as a sensitive habitat zone. And with that, we're happy to take any questions, and we thank you so much for your time today.
Is it, yes, to move forward with this, but we need a committee to.
Not today. They were just presenting information so we could bring it back to you.
Any other questions? Thank you for fascinating presentation. Next. On Rachel Hope, the augmentation plan for the long solid muscle.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Today I'm here to present an augmentation proposal for the long solid mussel. So a little bit of background, this is a federally threatened species. It also holds the state status of threatened. Today, we're looking at an augmentation, so putting animals back where they currently occur. We're talking about the Little River, which is a tributary of the French Broad in Transylvania County. And we don't, because animals of this species already exist where we're talking, we don't see any anticipated increase or change in regulatory frameworks. And then because the species is occupied, in this area, we don't pursue safe harbor or that conservation candidate conservation agreement with assurances. And a little bit more about the long solid, this species has a wide range, New York over into the Midwest and down into Georgia, but the states in black here and in gray show areas where it's presumed to be extinct. And so we're starting to see this on the fringes of the range really reduce. So North Carolina, Virginia, Tennessee, and West Virginia are kind of the last strongholds for the species. But in North Carolina, there are only 2 known populations and very, very restricted areas. The upper French Broad, again, in that Little River, and then the main stem Hiawassee. So these are the only 2 places where the species is still currently extant. So we've known about this for a long time. The species was actually federally listed a couple of years ago, but we've been working on it since 2022. We wanted to know how to propagate it so that we could keep this species on the landscape. We've been successful. The Conservation Aquaculture Center has about 4,400 animals in holding from a couple of different year classes. We also figured out what the host fish was. This was completely unknown. We know it's striped shiners and war paint shiners. And then this is a picture of them currently in the hatchery right now. We're growing them up to a really great size and we are ready to stock them, putting tags on them. And then we're going to manually monitor them annually. But in September, this area not only had impacts from Hurricane Helene, it was in that French Broad watershed where the impacts occurred to the, because of the hurricane, but we also saw a lot of heavy equipment in the streams. And then at the same time, there's a dam that had a sediment failure. The dam had a failure and it released a bunch of sediment into the occupied area for this stream. So when that happened, we actually brought in animals into the hatchery to see the impacts of that sediment release. So we have adults in holding as well. So today we've been doing extensive monitoring of this to look at its true distribution. And there is an area here downstream of, this is the Little River. And there's this area down here of the main stem French Broad. So today we're recommending augmentation of these dark grayed stream buffers as an augmentation segments for putting the collected wild animals and the propagated animals back into this stretch. Whoops. Okay, so then that is the proposal. And I guess at this time, staff recommend approval of this augmentation proposal for long solid in the Little River and French Broad.
I'll entertain a motion to move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Okay, any questions on that before I move on? All right. So the next, just some happy news. I wanted to give us a brief update on the magnificent ramshorn. Is also in a pond adjacent to the gopher frogs. So right across the street is an important gopher frog area from the pond we've been working on with magnificent ramshorn. We've been stocking this pond for a long time. We did this under our safe harbor agreement and enrolled our own pond. And staff have been doing monitoring. To date, we've been struggling to recapture these things for a long period of time. You know, we stock them and then they do really well and they disappear. And so we're trying to understand what's going on there. So our staff stocked another 150 magnificent ramshorn this May into enclosures. So we caged vegetation, we put them in the pond, and we're going back to see how they're doing within the enclosures. And so far, it's really good. They've been able to recapture near 50%. We're seeing really good growth. We're seeing egg masses being laid in these areas. And so we think that they go down and burrow in the wintertime, and that's what's making it hard for us to detect them. This is an update. So the animals are still surviving. They're doing really well in the ponds, and we're getting more data about where they're going and across the year. And I think that concludes that. So I have answered any questions. Yes, sir.
Is that new data or new information that they burrow, or is that something we've discovered since we've been reintroducing them?
We actually knew this. So the original person that was keeping magnificent ramshorn was a private individual, Andy Wood, and he actually had mesocosms with sand, and he would see this behavior that the animals during the winter would go down into the sand and hunker down and then reemerge in the spring. And so when we go back in the spring and do our monitoring, we're having trouble finding them. And so right now we're going to cage them because we do anticipate that they go down, but then they're dispersing into areas where we can't find them in the spring.
So the monitoring was within the enclosures, presumably more of them moved outside those enclosures.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've been just like free-stocking into the pond, and then we've been able to find them during snorkeling surveys with our friendly alligator, who also likes the pond. But in the springtime, we're having trouble detecting them. And so this is kind of to understand how they're using the habitat.
Do all mussels require host fish in order to reproduce?
There are only 2 known species that actually do not. They have a direct transformation where they brood in the gills and come out fully viable. And there is 1 mussel that uses a salamander, a mud puppy to be exact.
And how many variety of mussels are there in North Carolina?
We have about 52, give or take. There's a few undescribed species, so 52 to 58.
When you say they go down in the winter, are they outside and they feel the cold, or just an internal timing that they have?
I think it's like a torpor because the water temperatures go down. And so I think they kind of go down, hunker down in the sediments and hang out until the temperatures reemerge so that they can forage on vegetation.
So the ones that are in captivity in Marion, they don't do this?
They do not, because we keep them at a constant temperature. And so they don't have this kind of like winter, wind down. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Thank you, Rachel.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Any additional topics? We're in the meeting.
Yeah, we're gonna wait just a minute for the staff. Call the July 29th big game meeting to order. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be available at www.ncwildlife.org. This time I'll ask Margaret Winkler for roll call.
Gonna do a roll call for our big game committee members. Committee Chair David Holt.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Wes Stevens.
Here.
Committee members Steve Wyndham. John Holy.
Here.
Tom Berry,
Here.
Lonnie Croft,
Here.
and ex officio members Mark Craig
Here.
and Landon Zimmer.
Here.
Quorum, and I will note that Mr. Wyndham is here, mark the president.
Very much. At this time, I'm going to let Brad introduce and get this thing started.
Pretty good, meeting today, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. We got a couple really good topics. Hope you guys enjoy some of the information. First is April Probst, our deer biologist, is going to give us an update. The chairman of the committee asked me to come to the commission with an update on not just CWD in North Carolina, but CWD in the Southeast. The timing was perfect for this. We just hosted, and April's going to talk about this. We just hosted the Southeast Cervid Working Group meeting here at Samarkand. And so got updates from across the Southeast. So I'm going to turn it over to April to talk to us about CWD in the Southeast.
Tall people in here.
Hi. Oh, hi everyone. My name's April Boggs Pope, and I'll be talking about CWD in the Southeast. All right, so here we have a map of the southeastern U.S. and dates for when their first case of CWD was detected in wild deer. So you can see West Virginia was the first in the Southeast at 2005, and then Georgia and Delaware have been the most recent ones to find CWD in 2025 and 2026. And South Carolina, thankfully, is still holding on, but that's when they find it's to be determined. Hopefully, it'll stay away for a while. Around half of the states found it before us, and this has allowed us to learn from their experiences and the challenges that they have faced. So challenges in other states, and when I say other states, it's not that we don't face these challenges as well, because we definitely face these challenges, but due to the way that we approached CWD management, they haven't been as much of concern for us. So baiting prohibitions and restrictions. Baiting has the potential to spread CWD due to congregating deer in a small area, but it has also become a big part of hunting culture in many states. Most states either restrict baiting statewide or in areas with CWD, but this has had pushback within recent years. With Louisiana just within this year, their legislature passed a bill lifting some of the restrictions, and Tennessee has now added in a baiting permit. Population reduction programs. They have the potential to reduce the spread of CWD by targeting those individuals that are more likely to have CWD. These may have different names, such as targeted removal or cluster sampling. These have faced a lot of pushback from hunters, especially in Missouri, which resulted in them discontinuing their program for the foreseeable future, although it had helped keep prevalence below 1% in most of their state, and it did have significant staff involvement. We have not used targeted removal, but we are encouraging hunters to harvest more deer in areas with CWD through our CWD map program. Regulatory complexity. There have been many approaches towards managing CWD through regulations, but these have become complex, causing confusion and undue burden on hunters. Many states in the Southeast are looking to simplify these regulations, and one of those ways is moving towards carcass disposal restrictions rather than carcass transport restrictions. Funding and the ability to test and collect samples. So we have been very fortunate to have the financial and partnership capacity to be able to collect and test as many samples as we do. Half of the states in the Southeast test less than 4,000 deer a year, and only 5 states in the Southeast test more than 10,000 deer in a year, and that includes us. Due to our ability to test a high number of deer through partnerships with taxidermists and processors and adequate funding, we were able to find CWD when it was still at a low prevalence, and this gives us more options for management. Support. Without support, including support from within and outside of the agency and from hunters, it's difficult to both find and manage CWD. And keeping prevalence low, it's a challenge that all states face, but we have been fortunate to find CWD when prevalence was low. Some states, such as Arkansas, found it when it was already at 20% or higher, which makes some management options infeasible. So talking about Arkansas, so they just completed a 6-year study in areas with CWD in 2 northwestern counties of the state. If this sounds familiar, there was a presentation about 5 years ago from Dr. Jen Ballard when they were just starting the study. So some of this might be familiar. So through this study, they were able to capture, collar, and monitor 152 adult deer and 172 fawns. They had camera grids across the landscape so they could look at deer density. And they also looked at the CWD status of these deer. They had 135 that either had successful lab tests or postmortem tests. So lab tests are not as accurate as postmortem tests, but they were trying to monitor deer. They wanted to know the CWD status when they put them back out in the wild after capture. They also sent tissues from each of the deer to a lab to be tested. So they were looking for things like hemorrhagic disease to see if that could have been cause of death rather than CWD. So through this study, they found prevalence to be 48% in 2024. This prevalence was higher at 73% in males than it was in females, which was 38%. So this is why we target males more often when we're dealing with CWD, because prevalence is higher. Deer with CWD survived at a 22% lower rate, and 19% of the deer in the study died from CWD, those that they could figure out what they died from. Deer population declines of more than 13% each year, and deer density was 1.2 to 5 deer per square mile at the end of the study. You can see in the top right, you can see how much density decreased over the course of the study. So to put this into perspective, 20 to 30 is a good number of deer per square mile in areas like North Carolina. This was in the mountains, the Ozarks of Arkansas, so it was probably a little bit lower, but 1.2 to 5 deer per square mile is definitely very low. And that population, it would be very hard to hunt. So you're going to lose that hunting ability there, potentially. If you have any more questions with this study, there was a Deer University podcast on this that I thought was very informative. So one of the things that we talk about when managing CWD is managing the deer population. However, most hunters only harvest about 1.5 deer per year, and they don't want to harvest more than their freezer can hold, and they don't want to waste deer. So we've been talking with other states about deer donation programs. This is just representation of some states with their successes and their funding. So Missouri, they've been able to have about 250,000 pounds of deer donated last year. And I'm talking about the venison. So they've had a lot of venison donated. We have about 60,000 pounds a year. So, we've got a strong program, but how can we improve it? And there's a variety of sources for funding and a variety of partnerships, including, sponsorships from, big organizations or even partnerships with the National Park Service. So as Brad already mentioned, we did recently host the Southeast Cervid Working Group meeting. And one of the things we were tasked with within the past year was identifying the most important management lessons learned by agencies which have long-term experience managing CWD. So yeah, we just hosted in July at Samarkand. The lessons learned are in draft, but these are some of the things that I wanted to bring back to y'all that we thought were pretty important dealing with CWD. So communication, it's very important, both internal and external, and can lead to hunter and staff buy-in. And that's what we need whenever we're dealing with CWD. We all need to be on the same page. Regulatory complexity. Most states in the Southeast were trying to simplify regulations while, still managing the disease. Management and surveillance strategies. The sooner you can find CWD, the better. You have many more management options. And you want to include socio-political and socioeconomic factors in management and communication, because if things are too complicated or go too far against hunting culture, you're going to have issues with those things being implemented. Windows of opportunity, the sooner you find it, the better. And what does success look like? So what are we using to measure success? Maybe geographic spread is not what we want to look at for success. We might want to look at keeping prevalence low, or we want to see if we're still recruiting hunters and retaining hunters, or are we getting property owners involved in managing CWD? And so thankfully, we're not alone in it. The years of experience of our agency and other agencies in the Southeast, as well as the lessons we're on learning, is creating institutional knowledge that we'll continue to share as a powerful tool to inform future actions regarding CWD and educating our hunters, the public, and decision makers.
Anybody got any questions?
Two questions. First, which is quick. The donated venison, is that tested for CWD?
So it depends on the state. Places like Missouri, they've got a Share the Harvest program, and the Share the Harvest program requires deer from areas with CWD to be tested for CWD.
Thank you. And the second part was, we've seen, you've got data of other states similar to geographic where you could break that up. But is there a way, I'm sure there is a way, but, and I think it would be relatively easy to do a predictive model of where we're going to be in the next 10, 20 years. And I'm sure you've probably done it, or maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I'm getting at is, can you show that predictive modeling, say, here's what happens if we do nothing, here's what happens if we do X, here's what happens if we do Y. And I think that would, if you do that, that might go a long way to convincing hunters or, us as well to where we need to be.
Yeah, so we haven't done, that specific modeling. There have been several universities that have done similar modeling, and that Arkansas study is probably the best example, unfortunately for them, of what happens when you catch it too late. So they, 20% prevalence. So for us, in most areas of the state, it's much less than 2%. It's only at 2% around the highest areas. So we've got a lot of wiggle room. They started out with no wiggle room, and now they've got 1.2 deer per square mile.
We can exclude them. Yes, that's on the to-do list. Looking at some of those, we'll have to work with the universities and stuff to develop those kind of models, but we can exclude that for sure.
When the population gets down to 1 or 2 deer per square mile, I assume the prevalence drops off considerably, that low population, but the study ended, so they didn't really document what happens then.
So I'd have to look back into the data, and if you reach out to me, I'm more than happy to figure out what they had. But they had 48% across their whole area as an average. So prevalence was still pretty high. And, when the study ended, deer with CWD, they might not have died with it yet. So yeah, there are questions about what happens when, I mean, you've got one deer and then that deer gets CWD. Where do you go from there? And we don't want to find that out, what you have to do at that point.
Supposedly it's still on the landscape indefinitely, but if there are hardly any deer, it's not gonna spread much. Does it come back if the deer population comes back? Any data from out west that could help answer some of those questions?
Unfortunately, not too much that I know of. So out west, the deer densities are a lot lower to begin with in most areas. So they haven't seen this drastic change. So we'll be looking at Arkansas and even like Tennessee. They have high prevalence as well. So we'll be looking to them in the future to let us know what happens.
So is there any progress in the live test or on-site test?
So there have been studies looking at that. A lot of it's the remote test. They take a sample from the rectum, which it can have human error, and it also, you have to get just enough of it. You don't want to hurt the animal, but you got to get a big enough sample to test. So they looked at it. It's a really good test for like specificity, like if CWD is there, like it's picking up the CWD, but it's only about 86% like accurate. So it might miss cases of CWD. Maybe it was early, or maybe there was something wrong with the test, but yeah, so it's not 100% accurate, which is why it's not 100% accurate. So we be careful.
Doesn't say anything, it's still not clear.
Yes. Yeah.
So what does West Virginia's deer herd look like today compared to 2005?
So I would have to look at that, and I can get back to you on that, because yeah, they did present at our meeting and gave us their numbers, and they do have high prevalence in some areas.
Just what's your thoughts on South Carolina? Just seems
I mean, it's tricky. They're not testing as many deer as we are. And that could be due to partnerships, or there's not enough processors or taxidermists out there, or they don't have enough funding. But I mean, the reality is it might be there in low prevalence. And whenever it's at low prevalence, it's really hard to find without testing a lot of deer. So as I said, we've been blessed in that case to have tested so many.
All right, Arkansas, going back to that, you said there was 48 deer per square mile. Now they're down to 1 deer per square mile. And how long did that take?
So it's about 48% prevalence. So for that area, Arkansas, if we compared it to like the mountains of North Carolina, they'd probably have like 10 to 15 deer per square mile usually. And now they're down to 1.2 to 5. So it took probably at least 20 years for that to happen. But once it started happening, so they found it, or I have to look back. There we go. They found it in 2016 and it was already 20% prevalence. So it had probably been around for a couple of decades, but then once 2016, once that study occurred, they were having population declines of 13% or more. So if you compound that, I mean, per year, and we don't want to find things out like they did. We want to head it off.
Yes, Brad, I asked every meeting, I think. How close are we to more of a rapid test that you were discussing one time that there was some person?
We implemented it last year and we are implementing it fully this year. But now when we say rapid test, keep in mind, it's still going to be several weeks. Right, but it's going to be faster. The time limit, but we're going to use ELISA testing this year, almost exclusively. Positive tests will have to be confirmed with IHC. So if we get an ELISA positive, the positive results, we would tell the hunter that we got a license positive, and there's still 2 more steps to confirm.
And that takes about how long again?
That takes what? It's been taking about 4 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks.
But somewhere I thought you had mentioned that there, and then I'm not holding it, but there was a swab that was identifying, whether it was positive or not. But you said it was.
Yes, we're years and years away.
Yeah.
That's work up in Wisconsin. There's a couple of universities working on that. They could have a major breakthrough in a few years and all of a sudden find it, but that's.
I guess what I'm
They're
saying.
using that RT quick test, and that's still.
That's it.
That's
the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, the RT quick test is still, that's.
And I think that's where
It's still not that quick.
Here, where most hunters, that's their concern. They would love to have some way of, some sort of rapid test, and then they would know what to do with the animal instead of having, anyway, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, so it would be a whole lot easier if we could do. Now, when they're talking rapid, they're talking, you gotta wait 4 hours. But I wanna reiterate, make sure everybody knows this, when we switched to ELISA, we're like, the lab results are gonna be faster. Meaning, once we get the tissues to the lab, but we're still testing a significant number of deer. So collecting those deer from taxidermists, processors, the lymph nodes, all that stuff. We got the technicians out there working, lots and lots of hours doing it. But so there's still going to be, but the non-detect's going to come back a lot faster. The positives, the actual final confirmation will take just about as long as it always did. But the hunter will know that they've gotten, the ELISA test showed it was positive and we confirmed it. Yeah, it's safe.
Are we still sending these to Wisconsin?
We're still using Wisconsin right now. Yeah.
The RT Quick test unfortunately isn't USDA like certified, but IHC and ELISA are. There are companies that are using RT Quick, but it's not certified. So.
They're working. But it still won't be that. Even the RT Quick, you gotta sit off.
I guess what we're looking for is like COVID
Yes.
test, we swab.
That would be great. And that's what
We got a positive.
the pre-ones are a lot harder to detect than the virus. Virus, you just swab your nose and, yeah, it's there. It don't work for free.
They would like to have their noses swabbed.
Any other questions for April? Thank you very much.
Thank y'all for your time.
Let me, Brad, before I need to clarify the meeting, www.ncwildlife.gov. I think I said or, and I needed direct.
.gov. Very good. All right, now we're going to transition to our one of our other big game species. And as we've talked about several times over the past couple big game meetings, we're in the process of developing our update to our black bear management plan. Staff has been working very hard. Jenna is going to talk a little bit about that and where we are in that process, and start to share a few pretty intriguing and interesting results from 2 of our social science surveys. And I'm not going to steal her thunder. And then starting to get some pictures from some of the coastal work and that kind of thing. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Jenna and let her roll.
You can use the Sarah's foot too.
Average height. Okay, hi guys. I'll get started because I have a lot to cover for you. So this is our agenda today. As you can see, it does cover a lot. So I'm just honestly going to get started so we can get through this. So to start, I'll go over kind of the history of our black bear management plans we have in the state. So the purpose of all plans we have are to serve as guides for administrators and wildlife managers in making decisions about black bear management in the state of North Carolina. So back in 1981, the focus of the plan was on recovery of our bear populations. And then so again, 31 years later, after we were successful in achieving that goal of recovering our population, the focus needed to shift to managing our recovered bear population and then the new challenges that arose with having a big kind of larger bear population. And so this new plan that we're drafting is going to serve as an update to the 2012 plan. So we're not reinventing the wheel. It's just going to be an update to that. And it allows us a chance to kind of reflect and evaluate all the accomplishments we've actually made from the 2012 plan. So to start, we'll go over some of those accomplishments because we've done a lot. We've made a great deal of accomplishments from the 2012 plan. This slide only highlights a few of them. So we are actually going to have a full list of accomplishments to be included in the appendix of the bear management plan. But to highlight some of them, first, we started implementing mandatory tooth submission, which does help us monitor our bear population and track our growth trends. We also established the Bear eStamp survey, which allows us to have a system for identifying our bear hunters on an annual basis, which is very important when we want to reach out for surveys. We did numerous research projects, which helped fill important knowledge gaps and also those results helped inform management decisions for us moving forward. And then as you heard from Ashley last month, our agency was actually played a major role in developing BearWise with other Southeastern state wildlife agencies to help put out consistent and science-based information about how to live with bears. Our accomplishments don't stop there though. We also had several season-related accomplishments emerge from the 2012 plan, all listed here. And although the plan itself doesn't set regulations, the season changes that we did make were guided by our management plan and by kind of our population objectives that we did set in our management plan. And as you can see, some of the season changes included having the creation of a season in all 3 bear management units, and also the creation of zones in particular in the coast came out of that 2012 plan. And so with all of these kind of accomplishments I discussed previously, such as the creation of zones, changes in season structure, the allowance of bait while hunting, as well as just the number of hunters, we are meeting our objective that we set in the 2012 plan on the coast. So in our coastal bear management unit, we have decreased our population trends. We kind of relatively stabilized it. We're now sitting at about 1% population growth for the whole coastal bear management unit, which is very, very exciting. For the mountains, however, we are not currently meeting our objective. So as you can see, we are sitting at about a 3% population growth, whereas back in 2012, it was about 4%. So we have had some success. Population isn't increasing. It has gone down, which is very exciting. And we are still making kind of changes to help reach that goal. So we just recently made a change to the season back in 2025. Which was actually our first season change for the mountains since 1970s. So that's a really big accomplishment in and of itself. And so we did start the season earlier in the mountains this past year. It's still too early to see the effects and understand kind of how that's going to impact our population, but we're very optimistic that it will help us get closer to reaching our objective of stabilizing population. And then finally, we have the Piedmont Bear Management Unit, and we're successful in limiting our bear population zone, which was our objective that we set in 2012. So it is reflected in how we have a decrease in the expansion rate. So back in 2010, we had bears moving in from the coast and the mountains at about 2.5 to 5 miles per year, whereas now we're looking at a bear expansion rate of about 1.3 miles per year. And where we are having expansion is where we expect to have expansion into the Piedmont area. So a lot of it is going to be along the Virginia border. And part of that is actually due to the objectives that Virginia has set and the zones that touch our border for the Piedmont. They're either to stabilize or their objective was actually to increase population. So it makes sense that we got some more bears along those lines too. So kind of now that I give you a quick review of 2012 plan and the accomplishments we've had from that, we're going to switch gears and talk more about the process we are currently undertaking in updating our new management plan. So as you can see, the check marks indicate steps that we have completed, and then the ones without check marks are still in progress. So over the next few slides, I'll go into more in depth over several of these processes. So to start, we did complete and update the statewide occupied range expansion map, which I've previously shown you guys, but this is the current update. And as you can see, our statewide range expansion went from having about 10% of the state occupied by bears in 1971 to now currently having 65% of the state as occupied bear range. And it's important to note that occupied range is based on evidence of breeding females. You can have bears in every 100 counties in North Carolina. It's just we're not going to have breeding females in every county in North Carolina. So in the kind of that whiter area, those are going to be more kind of transient male bears that are dispersing, looking for food, going to head out because then they're also looking for females and there's no females there. So with that, we're also going to now talk about some of the surveys we've completed that I know Brad hinted at earlier. So we recently completed a survey of the public to understand the perceptions, experience, and knowledge of North Carolina residents of black bears. So this survey was sent to, again, North Carolina residents, and the map here shows the sampling units that were used in the analysis. And it's mainly broken up by bear management unit, and then also recognizes that urban areas and rural areas. So we can kind of dive into more of those differences. But since we know that the occupied bear range has expanded across the state, this survey gives us, allows us the opportunity to see how the public thinks the bear population has changed as well. So for the coast, we got a kind of plurality of responses. So responses showed a diversity in how perceptions of how the population has changed over the last 10 years, both where they live and in North Carolina. So we have where they live in the coast, people think that it increased, 34% of people think it increased, 30% don't know. And then whatever 16 plus 19% is for decrease and stay the same as well. Thank you. For the mountain unit, this first of all only includes rural mountain. You'll see why in a second. And so we also kind of noticed a little bit difference where we have more people think that the population increased where they live in the mountains at 43%, and less indicated that they don't know. So they have a little bit more experience with the bears or more knowledge about the bears that are around them, which again does make sense because we are seeing a continual population growth in the mountains. So it makes sense that people are aware of this increase. And then we do have urban mountains. So I did separate this because as you can see there, we do have a different response. It's along the same trends, but a lot more people are very much aware that population has increased over the last 10 years in urban mountains, which this is just Buncombe County also. So in Buncombe County, 62% of the public believe that the population has increased, and they have less people at 16% that aren't aware, they're very aware of this increase. And so now we'll switch gears and looking at how, oh wait, no, sorry, we have Piedmont first. We go Piedmont first. Okay, and then here's the Piedmont as well. So we also have a plurality of responses similar to the coast of people and how they believe that bears have changed over the last 10 years, with 20% think the population have increased where they live, 25% think it stayed the same, and 35% just don't know how population has changed where they live. And we do have a low density of bears in the Piedmont, so it does make sense that there's a little bit more uncertainty around that. So now we'll switch gears into how people want the bear population to change over the next 10 years. So in the coast, where they live, people want the bear population to stay the same at 55%. And then it's followed by an increase at 22%. For the mountains, again, this is just the rural mountains. Responses are very similar to the coast, where 57% of the people want the population to stay the same where they live, followed again by 23% want the population to increase where they live. For urban mountains, this is where we're going to see a bigger difference. We still have a majority of people wanting, 54% wanting the population to stay the same where they live, but that is followed by 22% want the population to decrease in Buncombe County, and then followed by 16% increase. But the decrease is the very kind of important part. That is the highest response rate we got for decreasing over the next 10 years. And I guess this isn't totally a surprise either, because Buncombe County is statewide one of the areas where we have the highest number of bear-related HWI reports yearly.
HWI.
human-wildlife interactions. And then finally, Piedmont. Responses are similar to the rural mountains and the coast, where majority of people, 52%, want bear population to stay the same where they live, followed by 28% want population to increase where they live.
What year was this survey done?
2024. Yeah, so very recent. And now we'll get into kind of other questions we asked. So we did ask, now we have kind of a better understanding of how people want the bear population to change. We also wanted to know more about their reaction to bears in various scenarios. So unless specified otherwise, kind of in this text, results are shown as statewide. So overall, we kind of see a trend in areas where people want to see bears or where you expect to encounter a bear, their reactions are going to be positive or neutral to positive. However, once people feel their safety is at risk or believe they're kind of more exposed, their reactions shift from neutral to negative or to negative. And then you'll see the outliers for the Mountain West and urban. That is for people who are more accustomed to like living around higher bear densities or living around bears for a longer period of time. There appears to be a higher tolerance for bears in different scenarios. And then we also did ask a bunch of questions about experience with bears over the past 3 years. And so despite bears occupying 65% of the state now, most people have not observed bears in their neighborhood or in closer proximity on their porch and deck. The exception, again, is the Mountains West and urban mountains, where bears have been established longer and also still have a increasing population growth trend. And then we did ask their experiences with bears for the last 3 years, attempting to get into trash and recycling or causing damage to their home and property. And again, we see the same thing, that a vast majority of people do not have these experiences. Again, unless you're in the Mountain West or urban, where they have a higher percent of these reported experiences. And then lastly, we asked experiences with bears over the past 3 years causing damage to agricultural crops. And so a vast majority of people did not report experiences with this. However, it should be noted that on the coast, combined experiences were 13% of reported damage compared to 6% statewide, so everywhere else. And the percentage may be small, but damage can still be extensive and economically significant to individual landowners. So it's very important to note. And then we try to get some more information on how how much support they would get for ordinances forcing action. So we see strong support for actions that don't require much personal effort or don't feel personally impactful, like anything kind of related to trash. In contrast, there was less support for ordinances that affect people more directly, especially those involving feeding birds. People love feeding birds and they don't want that taken away, even though feeding birds, especially with bird feeders in particular, can contribute to increased human-bear interactions. And then we also did ask about how important it is to have a healthy, viable population of bears in the state. We asked this in our previous survey in 2005, and you can see that the response to having a healthy, viable population of bears in North Carolina actually increased. Their agreement increased from 46% to 82%. And then where they live is at 60%. We did not previously ask this in the 2005 survey. And then also we did ask another question in both the 2005 and 2024 survey was how they felt about bear hunting and bear management. The great news is that we saw an increase in both of these questions, an increase in support for this, which is really exciting because this is a very important management tool that we use and have. Okay, so that was the end of kind of an overview of the public survey we did, and now we're going to get into the other survey we did. So we also conducted a survey of our bear hunters. So back in 2005, we also did this. Unfortunately, we did not actually have a way to identify our bear hunters, which made the survey very challenging. But thankfully, now that we have the Bear East stamp, which was commission approved and supported, we can now easily identify them. This allowed us to send the survey to all of our Bear East stamp holders from the 2024 to 2025 bear hunting season, which because we did think it was very important to give everybody the opportunity to response. And we actually had a really great response rate from that too, which was very exciting. And then similar to the public perception survey, this map shows the sampling units that we used in the analysis, and it's mainly broken up by bear management area and then again highlighted between rural and urban areas. So to start, we inquired about most used method of harvest for bears. In all units, it was still stand hunting. That was the majority of the responses we got back. But I think it is important to note that you can see some differences, so especially Mountain West differs from urban mountains and urban east. That is where we had the highest amount of dog hunter responses, was in Mountain West at 32%. Okay. And we also wanted to get a better understanding of how hunters define trophy bear. So most think that it is weight of bear at 51%. I think it is however important to note that 34% of respondents did consider all bears to be trophy bears. And then when we asked further about what is the minimum weight you do consider a trophy bear, majority think either 300, 400, or 500 pounds. I will say that of the respondents for at least 500 pounds, that was mostly coastal hunters responded for 500 pounds. The 300 and 400 pound responses, the bulk of those were from mountain and Piedmont hunters. And we also wanted to know if our hunters were satisfied with their hunting experience and if they trusted us. And good news is that a majority are satisfied and do trust us to manage and conserve our black bears, which is very, very exciting. We did not ask any further questions to understand why they have the satisfaction or this trust in us. But just knowing kind of the hard work and transparency and careful decision-making staff and the commission have put into making bear management decisions, my guess is that all have contributed to these results. And then, even though satisfaction is high, we wanted to understand what barriers our hunters are facing. Unfortunately, the biggest barrier is time, which is something the agency can't necessarily do too much about. But other barriers that we found were that about 50% of hunters consider hunting areas to be too crowded. 42% believe that access to private hunting lands is a barrier, and then 39% believe that availability of public hunting lands is also a barrier. So these are something that we can potentially work on in the future. And since we have opened all 100 counties in the state to bear hunting, which is again, accomplishment from the 2012 plan, we also wanted to know more about where people are most interested in hunting bears. So as you can see, 57% are most interested in hunting bears in the coastal unit, which is most likely due to the kind of average weight of bears we have out there. That's where most of like the considered trophy bears are going to be. As well, then we have 27% are most interested in the mountain unit and 16% are most interested in the Piedmont unit. So this could be reflected, be impacted again by where people think trophy bears are, but also just where people have access to hunt. And then in addition, we wanted to know more about which county in particular are hunters interested in hunting. And so for the coast, Hyde County at 5%, that was the most interest. And in the mountains, we actually had interest pretty evenly distributed between Burke, Wilkes, McDowell, and then Buncombe. Okay, now we're going to get into some responses for opinions on hunters for like season structure and changes. So first, we asked hunters' opinions on options to implement to either slow down or stabilize bear population growth. All options were supported. These are just now ranked in order of how like most to least supported, basically by bear unit. So for every bear unit, increased season length was the most supported option. And then you also note that actually issuing a second bear tag was least supported in coast and in the Piedmont. And then we asked the hunters for options to implement to increase bear population growth. These are presented statewide because we did not see a difference based off of bear management unit. As you can see, there is only one option that received substantial support, and that was to maintain the current bear season. So no change. Other options were less supported, and now they're ranked from most to least supported. And it shows that once we provide opportunities and then may unfortunately later find ourselves in a situation where we actually had too much hunting pressure being applied, it'll be a challenge for us moving forward to take those opportunities back. So we really want to kind of stay on top of it. And then we did ask our hunters' opinion on possible changes to season structure and what would influence them to hunt more often. So they're more likely to hunt more often if 1, bear season were longer, 2, season shifted to start earlier, and 3, opportunities available for still stand hunting only. You will see that there's an asterisk there, and that is because most of our respondents were still hunters of the survey. So we did not break up. We're currently working on breaking up and getting responses to see how still and dog hunters differed in responses. We don't have that yet. So these are all combined. So that is the one caveat for number 3 there. And then we did have some mixed responses, again, ranked in order of most supported to least. So 1 is to allow bear permit hunts on additional DBMAs, which are designated bear management areas. 2, issue a second bear tag. 3, the season shifted to start later. And 4, reduce the overlap of bear season with hunting seasons of other species. And then lastly, unlikely to hunt more often was opportunities available for dog hunting only. Again, with the caveat that most of our responses that we got were from still hunters, so that may have biased some of these results in there. But all options did have responses where people would either hunt more often or hunt less often for them. And then we did ask, when given the choice, bear hunters preferred actually having hunting seasons tailored to their counties at 67%, even if it made regulations more complex, over having hunting seasons that were more simple and similar. And so now I'm going to switch gears a tad bit. We're still going to be talking about bear hunter survey, but now we're going to go back and focus on kind of similar how we did for the public survey, how bear hunters have believed the population to change over the next 10 or have changed over the last 10 years and changed over the next 10 years. Just a similar question that we asked in the public survey. So for the coast, a majority of hunters think the bear population has increased, both where they're most interested in hunting and in North Carolina as a whole, at the overwhelming majority at 71% and 73%. For the mountains, again, we have a majority of hunters think the bear population has increased over the last 10 years, both where they're most interested in hunting and in North Carolina. And then also similar results for the Piedmont as well, where we have a majority of hunters thinking that the bear population has increased where they're most interested in hunting and in North Carolina. And now to see how bear hunters want the population to change over the next 10 years. So in the coastal unit, we have a plurality of responses again, with 40% wanting bear population to increase, 39% wanting it to stay the same, and 19% wanting it to decrease where they're most interested in hunting bears. For the mountain unit, we also had a plurality of responses, with 45% wanting it to increase and 38% wanting it to stay the same where they're most interested in hunting bears. The Piedmont, however, showed kind of is a difference. As you can see, a vast majority of hunters want to see more bears where they're most interested in hunting at 74%. So this does differ from the public responses to the exact same questions, if you guys remember back there. And so now I know I've thrown a lot at you guys. I'm not done yet. So we're actually going to jump now to give you kind of more update on where we're at with the bear management plan. So all the information that I've covered though has gone into our update and is helping inform our update in a bunch of different ways. But to start, we have updated the goal. So our bear management plan goal currently is use science-based decision-making and biologically sound management principles to conserve habitat connectivity and manage viable black bear populations with respect to hunting opportunities, cultural benefits, and social acceptance. So every change is highlighted and underlined from the previous goal. It's really just not the gist of it didn't really change. It was really kind of updating language to better reflect how we're managing our bears. And then, as I have presented earlier this year, we are planning to have these objectives in our update. So all the highlighted ones are our 6 new objectives. So we will be adding cultural hunting objective, health, training for suspected bear incidences, bear viewing, research, and data management objectives. The previous non-highlighted ones were already in our 2012 plan.
Question, what is cultural hunting?
It's be a spoiler. I have a slide on this. Don't worry, we're gonna get to that. Yeah, you teed it up real well. We got that though. So we also have bear sections in the plan. So these are all, we have 5 sections that are going to be included. Each section is going to have its own objectives with it. And we have a new addition, and that is our urban bear management section. It was not currently in the 2012 plan. And so now I'm going to go over the statewide objectives that we have completed and we have drafts for. So it'll be a sneak peek because you guys will get kind of the full updated plan later this year, but here is that sneak peek. So to start, our first one is our Bear and Roads objective. This was objective number 7 in the 2012 plan. So it's not new, but we did update it, and it now includes 8 strategies which cover themes of highway permeability and vehicle bear collision data collection. And then next we have our regulated hunting objective, which is just an update because it was in the 2012 plan as objective number 2. And this now includes 8 strategies covering monitoring harvest metrics, access to public and private lands, and connecting hunters and private landowners. And then we just got a question on it. A new objective that we have is our cultural hunting objective. So while updating the regulated hunting objective, we identified a need to create a separate objective that is focusing on the culture surrounding bear hunting and the need to promote hunting. So this objective includes 6 strategies that will cover education on the role of hunting, and then also ensuring recruitment, retention, and reactivation of our bear hunters. And then we also have another new objective, and this is our training for suspected bear incidences objective. This is added due to the escalation of human bear incidences we've seen and the need to investigate those instances to maintain the safety of both bears and humans. And this will include 4 strategies, which are going to cover guidelines, response guidelines to a suspected bear incident, and also response training, which we have already been doing. This just puts it in our plan as well. And then we have the bear habitat objective, which is, again, just an update. This was previously objective 4 in the 2012 plan, and this will include 8 strategies that will cover both public and private lands, habitat connectivity, acquisition, and management for diversity of habitats. And then lastly, our last kind of finished objective currently is another new one, and it is our bear health objective. And this will include 11 strategies, which will cover disease response and black bear cub rehabilitation guidelines, outreach documents for the public and for hunters, and then staff training for bear capturing and handling. We're also currently working on all the other listed objectives and sections that I mentioned previously, which have the following deadlines. So these are our major deadlines. So August 2026, that is when we're going to wrapping up the remaining objective and sections. Early October of this year is when our bear committee will submit the draft to Brad, and then from there in December 2026, that'll be when the final draft is submitted to you guys. And then February 2027 is when you guys will have a vote on the updated bear plan. And then I know Brad teed this up kind of way in advance. You guys might have forgot about it, but our last slide is actually an update on our coastal bear project. So this is our preliminary response. This is a preliminary map of bear densities on the coast. Final deliverables are still on time. They're set for December of this year. But thankfully, they were actually able to provide us this preliminary map for us to use today, because I know everyone was very excited and wanting to get an update. So there is a chance it could change. But as we're seeing right now, none of this is necessarily a surprise. Highest bear densities in the AP, lowest bear densities in the western portion of the coastal unit, And if I were to like zoom in even more, you could see that the highest bear densities are in areas or travel corridors, so river basins. That's where we're going to have the highest bears. But yeah, so numbers are still being worked on, but this is our update. And with that, that is everything I have for you guys.
Sure. No,
You have a good way, I'm sorry.
no, thank you. That was very informative and awesome. And I have a couple questions I've been sitting on for comments. It seems like, I mean, there's not often we get an opportunity where we have a growing resource, right? And I mean, look at our other resources. They're mostly, I can think of, diminishing. This is one, it's an apex predator. It's a trophy animal, trophy hunt for a lot of folks. You saw the data on that. And I just think it's a great opportunity to, what I'm seeing right now is it's tough to hunt a bear unless you go spend a lot of money on a private hunt, or if you have a lot of land, you can hunt on there. But a lot of folks don't have access to that. And I think that's something that looks like that's what you're doing, but just to vocalize that, I would keep promoting that within game lands, how to, you know, get access to this resource, how to get more people involved in hunting. Again, this isn't something, you know, we saw at CWD. This is something that's growing. You get a lot of young youths, a lot of people really interested in the resource and a good like gateway into hunting and into the resource itself. I just think there's a lot of opportunity here, and we kind of look at it as a pest. A lot of people do, but I think again, huge opportunity to get people involved, and it's a growing resource. So I think there's a lot of positives from this.
John, do you have a question?
Yes. You made mention, what's the deterrent for black bears? I mean, I've got a place up in Buncombe County. I've got trail cameras up, and they're likely to just come up and bop them around and whatever else. And I think I saw, but are there deterrent for bears, keep them away from your house or away from your trail cameras or whatever?
Yeah, so Bearwise is that's our resource that we like highly promote. It gives you kind of a rundown of best ways to coexist with bears and live with bears and keep them away from areas. So the best thing to do is secure your attractants, because bears are going to be really attracted to anything that they see as food. So it could be your trash, it could be bird feeders, again, anything that they can get easy source, easy access to food. So that's why we have like the bear resistant trash cans. You can have straps to make your trash cans more bear resistant. It kind of just depends on, we have a lot of resources available and like how you need to, like, so you could also do electric fencing around your chicken coops and things. Another really great effective way to keep bears out. It just depends on the situation, exactly what I would recommend the most, but we have a bunch of different options.
For my trail camera, that's on trail. Not mine anymore. I've got these little plastic bags that's $3. You want me to tell the story? You want to tell? And what I've done is I've cut small sponges about this big, and I put them in there, and then I fill the bag up with ammonia. And then I strapped it to the top of my trail camera, and I cut a real small hole in the top of that so that it doesn't come out. But it's wafting out a certain amount of ammonia, I guess. And since I put those up, I've not had any trouble with bears messing with my trail camera.
Well, that's great. Oh.
I
Yeah.
I'll split it 50-50. You know.
Commissioner Alexander, another good turn is some of the guys behind you, they got some dogs.
But I
I guarantee if you talk to them after this meeting, they can give you some ideas for how their hounds could deter some of those bears.
Well, I don't have hounds, and daily on our house. And Joe had a situation at his house where they went into the kitchen and got the potato chips.
I found the same thing for protecting trail cameras from bears, protects them from ginseng poachers. Take a ladder with you and put them up 10 or 12 feet high. Bears don't bother them much then.
I don't climb ladders that high anymore. But thank you. I mean, it can work, but this is working for me.
I have a comment, just to, the point of reference for Chairman Zimmer's comments, and I'm not making a statement about what the right number of bears is. I don't know what that number is, but you gave 2012 data, and you said, especially in the mountain region, there was a 3% growth rate.
That's a current one.
Right. So let's just assume that was, the 2012 growth rate was 3% in compounds. 14 years. That is a 50% growth compounded from 2012 to 2026.
So we look at it, we look at population growth trends every single year. So actually we have it went from 4% to 3% over those years. It's not compounded. That's it. The trajectory was, we were on the decrease. So we're currently at a 3% growth trend in the mountains. We were at 4%. We were able to decrease it by like the 1% over those.
To 3%.
To 3%, yes.
Right, but more bears. There's
Yeah.
still more
Yes.
bears.
Mhm.
I would-
Yep.
Would argue that there's been over a 50% increase in bears in the mountain region since 2012. Compounded.
I mean, it really depends on where you're at in the mountains, because densities are going to differ depending on where you're at. So like if you're especially in the urban area where there's less hunting available, there's less hunting pressure, you can't really harvest bears. They're not going to be as impacted.
Well, I'm going from, when I came on the commission in 2014, there was an estimated number of about 18,000 bears in the state, 65% in the mountain region, 65% in the eastern region, 35% in the western region. That'd be about 8,000 bears. So 50%, probably more than 12,000 bears.
Yes, Commissioner, you're correct. Yes. Back in 2012, we estimated we had about 4,000 to 5,000 bears. Now we estimate in the mountains we have 8,000 to 9,000 bears. So you're correct. And that's why, it's been a challenge in the mountains. We started to make progress again with that change last year, but certainly we're having discussions of further changes to season structures in the mountains, in particular, Buncombe and surrounding areas.
And I'm not making a statement of what the right number is, but
Yeah.
it's 3% compounded over a long number of years is a lot of bears.
Well, plus 3% on 5,000 bears is 3% on 8,000. Yeah, a lot more bears. So.
Well, and they're also not, and this, we will address this as we come out of it, they're not uniformly distributed across the mountains. There are places with lower bear densities and other bear. That's a unified estimate. And one of the things we found out with our study like this, that's moving pictures from the mountains. That's why we might look at things like zoning in the mountains, different seasons and different that as we come out of this.
Mark, on your bear health, I know in Virginia they've had trouble with mange. Have we seen any instances in North Carolina? We're still okay.
We do not have any confirmed cases of sarcoptic mange in North Carolina. We already have a bear mange committee though that we've started, and we've started making some guidelines and some talking points. And we're in contact with Virginia. The closest case was about, I think it was 20 to 40 miles north of us, north of Stokes County last year. That was the closest case that Virginia has seen of a bear with sarcoptic mange. So we're all very aware of it and trying to keep our eyes out for it, so we can hopefully stay on top of it as much as we can.
My property on the Haywood-Buncombe County line, I'm seeing females with 3 and 4, even 5 cubs a year. And coyotes aren't taking out many bear cubs the way they do deer fawns. I don't know, that's a tremendous birth rate potentially.
No, very, very true. And we're seeing that I got an email the other day about a female with a picture of a female with 4 cubs out on the coast too. So we're kind of seeing an increase in the amount of litter sizes bears are having in certain areas of the state too.
Okay.
Question, I guess, for Colleen. This was asked from some people down east. The study that was done several years ago in collaboration with NC State and someone else. Do we have any information from any of that yet?
That's it.
That's the information.
That's one piece
That's
of
one
it.
piece of it.
Yes, one piece.
That's the.
So
very
the
preliminary
snare study of finding out how many bear went a square and how many different bear.
Yeah.
Do we have that number?
That's-
Still working on the number.
It's due in December.
Okay.
But that's the density maps. That's the preliminary density of bears. The yellow is the highest and the blue is the lowest.
And our bear harvest continues to increase at what percentage?
Can't tell you the percentage, but
Okay, it
yeah.
increases.
We had a 7% increase in the coast last year, 7%.
And where are we at with our population on the coast now? What do we think we have?
It's about a 1% population growth.
How many bears?
We know those numbers quite yet.
So 1% growth and we're killing 7% more. So we're fixing to start killing them down pretty good. That's the one I hear maybe?
It all depends on the composition of the harvest. You know, it's not just numbers.
Okay, well,
It's more your percent females.
all right, and then I guess one last question. I know we have some bears that we lose that for obvious reasons. Do we have that number of bears that we think we lose to outside the hunting resource?
And non-hunting mortality, we have some level of estimate.
We do.
And what was that number again?
We basically, over the years, estimate that about 92% bears that die in North Carolina. 92% of bears that die in North Carolina is through regulated hunting, which is really good because we can control regulated hunting. The other 8% is other causes of mortality, mainly vehicle, and then, you know, other random things, disease, interspecies depredation, bears
So
killing
we're
other bears.
only 8% to depredation and or
Vehicles,
people that may not report a bear that they take because of
The
an obvious
non-reporting
reason.
rate's a little bit different, but yeah.
Okay, all right, that's the number I'm looking for. Then the non-reporting rate, what do you think that may be?
Boy, it's a hard one.
That's the one I like. Y'all.
And it's really hard. We think our reporting rate for bears is higher than for deer. And, you know, we roughly estimate that bear reporting rates are about 80 to 90%, not better, versus deer. So you're talking, yeah, about if a bear gets killed, about 80-90% of people do report it, is what we estimate. But again,
But the non-reporting just means we're killing more bears than we think.
That's the number I would really like, you know, at one time y'all said you used some sort of algorithm. You said, this is the number of bears we kill that's reported that we have that are tagged. This is the number that are killed by a car, vehicle, or something we don't. And then there's another number over here that's kind of that we don't really know about. Is there any way you could kind of get a number together and throw something out there? Because I would like to know that. I really think we're missing that number.
I'm sure we are, yeah.
That's the magic number that you.
That's the magic
You
number.
can almost never, you can't get that for deer. We can't, I mean, we use our hunter harvester.
And let me just throw this out there. That number is continually getting higher every single year. And I wish there was a way we could figure out how to slow that number down and get it into some information that would be more valuable to us. That's what I'm trying to get at. You know what I mean? And there's a way to do that. You guys could come up with somewhere and say, okay, here's how we think we could get some of this moved over here where we get better information.
Why do you think it's increasing? I'm just asking.
He's using his personal experience.
Are you not reporting that?
This entire room's mind, how many people that take a black bear out from cubs to sows to anything that they don't want it on their property, that they keep their mouth almost shut about till they tell the neighbor that the neighbor says, well, I did the same thing. And next thing you know, you're sitting there with a group of 5 people, you look around and several of them have done that and they don't report it. It's terrible because we don't get that information. That's all I'm saying. I mean, we're losing the resource without the
That's the
information.
mentality part that comes out in the wash because we can't do anything about it.
We could do something about it because they weren't there 10 years ago. Now they've got not one that comes through. They've got a family of 4 that live on the property and they don't want them there. And the only way to get them off is it's obvious there's so many more bear on the landscape than there ever has been. And they're in places they have never seen them before. Never seen them before.
Open bear seasons and all those places.
Okay, I know I can't, there's no way I'm gonna win on this thing. I'm just gonna push because you guys, it's obvious that the survey is showing that everybody likes the bear. I'm just telling you, some of that information right there is not correct. It's just not there.
There's a lot of bears in that picture right there, right?
What's the reasoning behind the highest bear density population? And those 2 zones having the 2 shorter seasons?
The desire of our hunters to have trophy bears.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I don't mind the bear.
To be
I
honest,
just, we're losing that information that we could, that I think we could be getting in some other way. I mean, if people want to shoot them, that's, as I've told David, if he's on your property and you don't care for him to be on your property and you don't want to get a depredation permit, you just shoot it. It's no property. I'm a property rights guy. You can do what you, but it would be nice if we could figure out a way that we could get that information. Because, I mean, for example, it's like,
What else we have to rescue? I mean, what else? It's poaching. You're talking about poaching.
right, I mean.
I 100% agree. We would like to know all our bear mortality so we can put it in the.
Not necessarily gonna get. I'm not
But
saying
the same thing is true for deer, the same thing's true for all the other species that unreported harvest is, the best we can do is match it with our hunter harvest survey to our reported harvest and say, like Colleen said, we think bear mortality is 85–90% we get reported harvest. Deer is lower than that, but it's actually went up since we said go outdoors in the app reporting. They're actually, the harvest rate is going up.
Yeah, it's Wes.
So on the depredation side, that's the one that concerns me as much as anything. What do you think that is in the east? And Hyde County?
Well, we know the depredation permit issue.
I'm not talking about
The Barker shooting, I don't know, where's Chris Turner? Open the door up there.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh. Your perception, he's District 1 biologist for, I mean, how much landowner shooting is going on?
I couldn't put a number on it, but they're supposed to report any bear that is killed under depredation with no permit or with a permit. I think the thing that has always stood out to me in District 1 is it happens locally as no more than is necessary typically. I mean, that's how it usually goes, because it is about damage, and they can do that with a firearm with no permit and no assistance. But I think the thing that's always stood out to me, particularly in Hyde, and it's kind of always gives food for thought for me, has been that I don't know that we've issued depredation second party permits in Hyde like we have in other counties, simply because bears are such an important part of the economy in Hyde. And you really see the sometimes the lemonade out of lemons that takes place there, that people have a different perspective on bears. And I think that the map there shows that that's very important when it comes to the opportunity that we have in the counties that are yellow there. Certainly people know that that's an important resource. So I don't have a number, certainly, but yeah, it does happen.
And I would tell you, it's more significant than you think. I mean, I know from people that it gets reported to me that, over the last 2 weeks, we shot 40 bears over, and a lot of it is rented land. But yeah, South Farms, I've rented the land. The bears are tearing my corn off pieces. The good old boys go in there and shoot 30 or 40. They gut shoot them, so they get off in the woods and die. They don't have to deal with them. It happens way more than you think.
Oh, I'm sure it does. Yeah. The trade-off there is if we legally harvest 4 bears there, we're going to drive the weights down. First 700 pounders will go away, then 600, then 500. You got to get the bears older, so it's a trade-off. If we want that to be our touching area and just let the damage shooting happen as it needs to happen for the farmer to control their land.
Yep. And it's some of those guys get more. Some of it makes no difference to them. They don't care. As far as the resource, they equally don't care.
Right.
And that's the real problem.
But Wes, to your point, and whether it's Ray's or Wes's or whatever, I mean, our bear population is still increasing.
Yeah. They're just doing more of it.
Right, and so, I mean, I agree that it doesn't belittle that number, but at the end of the day, it's not having a negative impact. It may have in that particular negative segment of that farm, but in the grand scheme of North Carolina bear population, it's not touching it. Matter of fact, we would almost advocate Not that they do it illegally, but we need more harvest in some areas.
Well, and to your point, Commissioner Boyle, you know, Jenna didn't present it because we're still fleshing it out. We're still finalizing some of the strategies. But the Bear Committee that's been working on the Bear Plan, updating it, which Brad and I were just talking on the side, realize it falls with 5 divisions. 5 divisions are involved in updating this plan. One aspect of it that kind of relates to what we're all talking about here is, you know, kind of looking into a black bear management assistance program for those unique properties, you know, where we have a unique situation and it could tolerate a higher harvest of bears because of what's going on that property. Again, we'd have to flesh it out, but we are talking about creating a black bear management assistance program. Again, treating certain areas with a scalpel instead of using the season to do that.
Yes, the depredation permit, let me ask this. So you will come in, or we'll have someone come into a survey of a piece of property. They'll issue, let's just say they say, oh gosh, yeah, we'll give you 3 depredation permits.
And that's typically what we do.
Okay, can that depredation permit be used anytime during the year?
Well, it's usually written.
Could it be used at any time of the
I
year?
can't write a depredation permit to give to a hunter sitting in a tree stand in November to use. Because that's not depredation. I can give it to him for eating the corn in the field or doing whatever, and it can be second party people and all that.
Brad, listen, here's where I'm at with that. If we could start with a depredation permit.
Can't use depredation for hunting. That's what she's talking about. We're gonna look at.
So,
program.
Brad, you can get a depredation permit any day you want one.
Right.
Outside of hunt season.
Okay, that's what during hunt season, we're not gonna issue depredation permits. Okay. All right,
Because
that's good.
it's hunt season, you can go do it without a depredation.
So it doesn't fix the problem that I'm talking about on some of these properties where you have so many bear because, and I think Wes understands where I'm going with this. Most people that's going out there that are actively, and these guys back here are some dog hunters. If you take a survey today, they're gonna hold that tag for that 500-pound bear. They're not gonna kill the 300-pound bear or the 200-pound bear that probably would not hurt for us to take out. They're holding that tag. So at the end of the year, they still holding their tag because there was only a few 500-pound bear that they could shoot. So we really didn't do anything to the bear population, so to speak, with the people that would actively shoot one in those areas that we probably need to hone in on. So if there's a way that we could, that's right, if there's a way we could sort of create some sort of mechanism that says, okay, this particular area, where you want to call it a depredation permit or some sort of special permit, okay, you guys can have 5 tags to take 5 bear out of that specific area. Then these guys will probably be more apt to say, hey, look, we've got, I can hold my tag, but first time I tree a 300-pound bear, I'll go in there and take it.
Yeah, we've talked to Wes about this. We've got ideas and ways to do that. Here's the trick to that. If that program's gonna work, 400+ pound bears can't be included. You can't get 5 more trophies.
I don't think that anybody would have a problem with that.
Yeah, you know, if the point is, there's a lot of complacencies.
Again, that depends on what county. I mean.
Yeah.
The guy that's renting the land that may be shooting these 40 bears. If the landowner knew they were shooting them 40 bears, he may have a different attitude. There may be a different farmer over there farming that.
He's not gonna be farming the land.
Right.
Yeah, it's a very complex, but yes, that is one of our visions coming out of this plan is a tailored plan for areas that could be agriculture damage, could be in the mountains, could be in Buncombe County, it could be in the huntable lands in Buncombe County. You know, where we can enroll this parcel of land and give them, just because they just need more bear shot and that kind of thing. So that's
the areas of every county that there are obviously more bear. Even in, just say Bladen County, there's places at Tar Heel, there's probably very few bear, but there's places down toward other parts of the county that are just, it's a breeding ground. So anyway,
All right, we're running out of time. So anybody got any other questions on the bear? Great presentation. Thank you very much. And we're not done with it. So we'll be keeping it up.
We'll be back in for a whole new town. Plan established. That's when we'll start developing these other options.
I promise, Ray, that is hot on the burn. We're not gonna let it go too long. And what,
Probably a bigger issue in the mountains, quite frankly.
while you're getting up there, I'm gonna correct one thing, just so Landon will know. All the game that falls under big game is actually increasing.
All the game?
We don't have problems and Go ahead, Kyle.
They removed turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I'm going to keep this real high level. We wanted to provide an elk update because House Bill 747, the Wildlife Commission bill, passed, and it did provide for an auction and a raffle tag for elk for next year. Part of that is that the commission is charged with selecting one nonprofit wildlife conservation organization to conduct an auction for one elk permit. The nonprofit wildlife conservation organizations selected by the commission pursuant to this section must have been involved in the reintroduction of elk in North Carolina. To my knowledge, there were three, and Brad, please correct me if I'm wrong, there were three nonprofits really that were primarily involved: Friends of the Smokies, the Wildlife Federation, and Great Smoky Mountain, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. Based on all of the work that Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation has done in North Carolina, and certainly helping us provide public land, my recommendation would be to award that auction permit to them. And so that is my recommendation.
There'd be a motion on it?
Yeah, we're gonna do
Yeah, it would be in the report out tomorrow. But
Do we have?
Your big game, so they're all.
Oh, they're up, yeah.
Yeah, okay, just checking.
You want permit? I'll see what I do. I go, Kyle.
that's the end of the elk update, unless there are specific questions on elk.
We need a motion to take it tomorrow, or we just gonna do it tomorrow?
That's up to you, sir.
That'll be for a cow or a bull?
No, it'll be bull only. And so
That's smart. Big game meeting. All right, I got a motion. Second. Have a second, Ray. Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much. Kyle, on your way back, or you can stay up there. So little house cleaning. Through a lot of discussion with enforcement and staff and a little bit of everybody, commissioners. We are, I think, going to propose a permit-only youth hunt on Sand Hill game land. To my committee members, I passed you out with this paper that tells what that would look like. But basically, 16 and under, they would have to hunt with a group that has got a permit. So the permit.
you want me to? Okay. So one thing that kind of got lost when we were doing the Sandhills was youth hunting day, the youth deer days. Of course, for Sandhills, you can't hunt deer with dogs on Sunday. So what we're proposing is that Saturday, we would issue a permit for youth to be able to hunt. They would be the only ones allowed to actually take the deer. But the folks that would be helping them would be allowed to handle dogs. We'd kind of originally, when it came up, we're thinking that we'd have to change the rule, and there was no time, but in really researching it, we realized that we could actually issue a permit. So our plan will be to draft a permit up and post it on the website where youth could actually download it as well as the club members, so that they could have it. Club members, if there's an adult helping a youth, they'd have to have the youth's name written on their permit and have to have a copy.
So that's what will be.
Yes, sir.
One thing I don't see on here is number of permit per party. We have that with the rules regulation. How are you going to address that here?
So, I mean, that's, I guess, up in the air. I mean, we had not, when we were just working through this last night, trying to figure out what that would look like, we didn't identify a party size. Because it's essentially, it's a blanket permit for youth. And so I don't know how many, we could limit it by the number of adults with youth or not. And it'll just be self-limiting by the youth, the number of youth that are.
I mean, staff doesn't feel like we're gonna have a ton of.
I can't imagine. I mean, there will be a lot of hunters on that one day. Of course, we'll have enforcement there in a large presence on that day, but they have to be tied to the youth. And so it's really driven by the number of youth.
Only people can have a firearm on that day is a youth.
well, the only people that can dispatch a deer with a firearm are the youth. I mean, I don't think we can limit folks from carrying because of federal law, but we certainly will not allow them to shoot deer. It'll only be youth that can take the deer with firearm.
It's the same criteria for, I know in the other permit system that we have that we put into place, if you're found guilty of violating any of those rules, you lose your hunting rights the next year, the following year, if you're convicted.
We can certainly put that in there.
That
Yes,
certainly
sir.
could be, yeah, and I think you would have a run, you'll have adults carrying guns and shooting them if you don't have a.
We'll add that into the permit condition. Yes, sir.
Please do that.
Okay.
So if everybody's good, I'm gonna ask for a motion to take this to the full commission tomorrow as well.
Honestly, I don't think y'all have to vote on it. If you feel, Mr. Chairman, that's up to you. You'd like the full commission to vote on it, or I can just be instructed to write the permit.
Let's go ahead and take a vote on
Okay.
it. Call the question.
I need a motion to move forward with this with the corrections that Monty just.
I'll make that motion with that correction,
correct.
that it is part of the permitting process. Upon conviction of violation of this, you use your hunting right. Following you.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Thank y'all, Mr. Chairman.
Clarify, it would be, you would not be eligible to be drawn the next year.
Whatever the punishment is.
Yes, sir. Yeah, okay.
Just make sure the language is consistent.
It will be the,
Just have it defined.
yes, sir.
I want to explain, one thing, and I've been talking to Kyle about this, and, he said, well, this is a pretty good piece that we all ought to be aware of. I wrote up something on the history of elk and our process that we've gone through since 2001. And I think that with this news and the raffle and an auction, et cetera, that everybody's going to be questioned about what's the history, what's going on here, et cetera. So here's a little summary. Take your time, take a look at it. It's, it goes from who was involved at the very beginning. It discusses, all of our people that were active in it. And you know, if you weren't, you weren't. But especially if you hadn't been around here more than 2 or 3 years, then, you need to read this because it's got some history that will help you, I hope, explain. So I don't want to get into details. I'm not going to read it to you. That's what it's all about.
You have a ghostwriter.
Pardon?
Ghost Rider.
Anybody got anything else to add or complain about? If not, I'm gonna adjourn, but I want to thank some of my old buddies for showing up today. We hadn't seen y'all. You used to be here every meeting.
Right.
And now it's been several years since you've been back to see us, so you're always welcome. Appreciate y'all driving up to see us.
We'll come back all the time.
That was very well read.
Yeah. There you Yeah.
Call the Wild Turkey Committee meeting to order. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public record. A recording of the meeting will be www.ncwildlife.gov. Ms. Minkler, could you please call the roll?
And it's the roll call for our Wild Turkey committee members.
Here.
Committee Vice Chair Joe Bud,
Here.
committee members Tom Berry,
Here.
Tommy Fowle,
Here.
John Alexander,
Here.
Reed Smith, and ex officio members Mark Craig.
Here.
And
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to call on, our very own Hannah Plumpkin to take over and run the show. Hannah?
All righty.
Amazing.
Thank you. Well, I am ready to get rolling, so I appreciate y'all staying awake this late in the afternoon. I know it's been a lot of information and I apologize in advance. I'm going to throw a lot of graphs at you, but I think it's got a lot of information. So why don't we switch to the last of the big game species and the best, in my very biased opinion, the wild turkey. All righty. So we got 3 things on the agenda. We're going to briefly look at our harvest for this year, and then we're going to go into the really interesting things of some of our surveys that we've conducted in the last year or so. So starting with our harvest very briefly, this was the first year our rules went into effect, new rules that we approved last year. So this is where we see our youth season dropped from a 7-day week season to a 2-day season, as well as we would keep our traditional spring season, that standard 29-day season. So apparently, if you have really nice weather where it hardly rains and is unseasonably cool all the way through turkey season, turkey hunters will take advantage of it. And so we, shockingly, had another record harvest. And boy, folks, they took advantage of the great weather, and we had over 25,000 turkeys harvested this past spring. That is more than almost 1,000 birds more than our previous record in 2023. So, like I said, they really took advantage of a great turkey season. I hope you all, if you turkey hunted, took advantage of it as well. So all 3 of our ecoregions had an increase in harvest. So the wealth was spread across all of the regions. And of course, you know, our coastal region has the most harvest, our Piedmont the second, and our mountains the least. But remember, our coastal habitat, our region, is much larger than our Piedmont, which is also much larger than our mountains. So if we look at, so this is just the raw numbers, but if we looked at the harvest per huntable square mile by region, and so you can see it's almost overlapping. And what I mean by huntable square mile, this is the land in each region that has the potential to be hunted. So that removes all of your urban areas, all of your bodies of water, all of your state parks and your national parks. So this is the land that has potential. So if you look at it and the harvest, those raw numbers, you can see that basically across the state, we are harvesting turkeys at the same rate on a regional level. That's not to say that within a region or a county or something, it could be lower or higher, but on these bigger scales, it's pretty consistent across the state, despite the disparity in the raw numbers. Okay. And then let's take a brief look at our youth season. This is, again, our first year of our 2-day season. We went from that full week, 7-day season down to a 2-week. And we harvested just under 1,700 turkeys during those 2 days. That is about a 30% decline compared to the 3-year average, the previous 3-year average, which is during that 7-week season. And what that means in real numbers or in turkey numbers, that's about 630 less birds. And that's exactly what we wanted to see. Remember, you know, part of the reason why we reduced youth season was because, as you can see in 2020 and moving forward, youth season harvest was no longer an insignificant number occurring prior to when hens laid their first egg, on average, which is that April 11th date. So we accomplished our goal. We reduced it by about 30%, still maximizing it, the opportunity for youth, and still reaching our goal and reducing it. All right. So that's the harvest. Any questions there before we completely shift gears?
Are you gonna get into population based on harvest?
I haven't done that analysis yet. I'm due to do that this year to do our estimated population analysis for this state.
Sounds like a significant decrease.
In what way?
Much fewer birds harvested.
We had a record harvest this year, so we had more harvested.
No, you were looking at the 2 day.
This is the youth season.
It's the week-long youth time.
Yeah, so we are reducing it just by number of days. So naturally, we would have less harvested, which is again the goal of that.
600 less birds. Yeah, have somebody. For youth.
Yes, for youth. All right. You're fine.
Back up one more slide and show him the total harvest.
Yeah, the total harvest is where you want to see, and that's our record harvest this year.
Yes, it is. Okay, thank you.
My pleasure to clarify all of that. Any other questions in relation to our harvest?
Steve, you've done a great job.
First year in record harvest.
Mark it down.
All righty, well, let's. You just like taking pictures of them.
Memories.
Exactly, that's what it is. All righty, if we're all set and no questions on more questions on harvest, we're gonna switch gears to the real meat of this whole committee meeting. And this is where I get to overwhelm you with graphs. And it's so in-depth, I actually had to take notes. And I never use notes. So we're gonna take a deep dive into our turkey hunter survey. And I say highlights on this because in fact, the final report was pushing 120 pages. So we're really just gonna hit some of the highlights on this. These are the things that kind of were interesting and also stuck out to us. And so one of the reasons why we chose to do this big hunter survey, and I say we, I really mean our amazing Human Dimensions folks. Catherine really led that. They did all the work and all the analysis. I just said, hey, can we do this? So I use we, but I mean Catherine. We did this survey because, our agency had never surveyed our turkey hunters. We've never heard their opinions, anything on that. The closest comparison we could get was the National Wild Turkey Federation here in the state surveyed their membership, so NWTF members in the early 90s on some of these similar things. So we kind of took some of those questions and modernized it, but it wasn't really a good comparison. So we really wanted to know this. Another big thing is we have our big turkey management goal, which the commission approved and updated at this committee meeting 2 years ago in 2024. And so our big thing is, having gobbler and managing the wild turkey. Well, a couple years ago, we wrapped up our big turkey ecology project, which we asked the turkey all these sorts of questions, very in depth. We knew everything about the turkey. Well, now we have to do the other half of the turkey management, the turkey hunters. And boy, did we ask them a whole lot of questions. I think they were slightly grumpy with us, but we really wanted to know so we can best represent and be able to manage this goal. All right, survey methodology, folks. Let's dive into it. So our Human Dimensions folks did their standard mixed methods where they sent the survey out to by email, gave them a couple email reminders. They sent them a letter with a QR code, said, hey, take this survey, and said, do it online. And then finally, we mailed them the survey with a cover letter all the way at the end. We contacted just over 14,000 hunters that had the big game hunting privilege and an active big game card. And so we got just over 2,600 respondents who completed our survey, which is a 19% response rate. And Catherine tells me that's a great response rate. We can do some really good inference on it. We're comfortable with the numbers. We're confident. I said, okay. Now this is where I put Catherine to really work, folks. Because North Carolina is very wide. We have a wide range of habitats. We have our coastal region, which is very different than our Piedmont and our mountains, as well as several different age generations. I said, hey, can you analyze all these answers? We don't want just the standard answer. We want to see if there's nuance in these answers by where these people hunt and how old they are. So I will be throwing in some fancy, fun little facts on some of these significant factors as we go through these answers. So know that all of these were answered and analyzed, thank you, by region and age, and those who are significant, I'll kind of point some of those results out. So let's get started in this. So one of the questions we always standardize ask on these surveys is, what did you hunt in the last 12 months here in the state? Not surprising, deer is king. Again, especially when these folks have an active big game card. Turkeys were second with about 50% of those folks doing that, with small game third, and you're your way down. So we have that. We also wanted to really know our turkey hunters' experience. Are these a bigger generation? Are these old people who've been doing this for decades? Or are these a lot of newer hunters? And it turns out it's pretty varied, pretty evenly distributed. About 12 years was our breaking point. So 50% of our hunters had hunted 12 years and less, and 50% of our hunters have done 12 years or more. Our hunters in the mountains were more likely to have hunted longer than our Piedmont and coastal region. That's not surprising. We started restoration in the 60s and 70s in the mountains, worked our way eastward towards the coast, where we finished restoration in the early 2000s. So hunting opportunities for turkey have been available longer in the mountains. On average, our hunters were about 29 years of age when they first started to turkey hunt. All right, so we asked people which counties did they hunt in, and then we took all those counties and we broke them up and lumped them by region, again, to help us calculate this. Most people hunted in the Piedmont or the coast, and then followed by the mountains, and a few people hunted multiple regions. Now, people typically hunted where they lived. So if they lived in the Piedmont, they most likely hunted in the Piedmonts. Makes sense. All right. So we asked our hunters, where are you spending most of your time turkey hunting? Are you on private lands and game lands? Tell us where you are hunting. And so, not shockingly, most of them said we only hunt on private land, about 80% of those. The rest of them did some sort of combo of private game land or only game land, which was about 5%. But it's important to know that 1 in 5 of our turkey hunters use game lands at least part of the time. And that's important to note because our game lands only make up about 5 to 7% of the state. So there's an important use on our game lands for our turkey hunters there. Our mountain, or make sure I get this. Okay, here we go. Mountain or those who hunted in multiple regions, those hunters were more likely to indicate that they hunted both public and private land. And our younger hunters, those 18 to 40-year-olds, were also more likely to indicate that they hunted both public and private land. So we also asked them the standard question, did you harvest a turkey during this season? And about 72% said no, they did not harvest any turkeys. So almost about 3/4 of our turkey hunters came home without a turkey. This is comparable. This is what we see very similarly on our hunter harvest survey. About 1 in 4 of our turkey hunters who go out turkey hunting come home with at least a bird. So it's not like deer hunting, folks. So our hunters on the coast were more likely to harvest a turkey than our Piedmont and mountain. Again, higher raw numbers there. Those who hunted in multiple regions were more likely to harvest 2 turkeys. And those who were 18 to 40, those younger folks, were more likely to harvest at least 1 turkey as well. Okay, I know it's a big concern for a lot of people when turkeys are being harvested, so we asked them that. It's very similar to what we see in our neighboring states. The vast majority are in the morning, about, 3/4 of them. We have a small percentage in the afternoon, and a few of those lucky folks did one in both, one in the morning and in the afternoon. Our younger hunters are 18 to 40. We're more likely to report harvesting a turkey in the afternoon. And our older hunters, those were 61 and older, were more likely to report harvesting a turkey in the morning. Okay. So we asked our hunters what type of weapon they use. Overwhelmingly was shotgun. Then we got into the interesting thing. We said, okay, if you're using a shotgun, what type of shot are you using? Now, this is one of those questions I adapted from the 90s. That's why we have BBs and buckshot on it, because those were some of those things. But I updated it and added the number 7 or smaller shot, those TSS, and heavier than lead shots. There's been a lot of conversation with that. You listen to social media, everyone's using it. Well, it turns out about 1/3 of our hunters are using that heavier than lead number 7 and smaller shot. The other third is using a number 5 shot. And the last big portion is the number 4. Our younger hunters, those who 18 or 40, they're believing it, and they're the ones who are most likely using it, that number 7 and smaller shots. Our older hunters, those 61 and older, they're more likely to use the number 4 shots. So this is something really interesting. I looked back at the 90s. We can't directly compare them. Catherine has told me that. But when the 90s, most people were using a number 4 shot. And if you add 30 years onto that, folks, that probably puts them closer to that 61 and older category. So it makes sense. Whatever you started with, you're very comfortable with, you stay with that, it seems like. We also wanted to know how far away they were harvesting these turkeys. There's a lot of things on social media, seeing these videos of people shooting a turkey that's 60+ yards away. Everyone's very concerned for injuring, crippling birds, safety concerns. So we really wanted to know, how far away are you harvesting these birds? Turns out, vast majority of people are harvesting them 30 yards or closer. There are very few people who are harvesting those birds at long distances. This is something we also see comparatively to the 90s. Most of the birds were harvested 10 or within 30 yards. Now, here's some fun caveats. Those who were on the coast were more likely to report harvesting a bird within 10 yards. And those who were between 18 and 40 were also more likely to report harvesting a bird within 10 yards. All right, last one for this section, I promise. Then we can talk and ask questions. Okay, we wanted to know what how often people were using the following tools or techniques. Again, there's a lot of concern of overuse or, massacring all the turkeys by using these techniques. We really wanted to know how often they were used. We asked people decoys, blinds, fanning, and reaping. And so the one thing that really sticks out is 75% of hunters never fan or reap, and only 5% or less do it often or always. So the vast majority of folks are not doing fanning and reaping. They mostly is more likely to occur happening on the coast, where it's a lot more open, as well as by our younger hunters, those 18 to 40-year-olds. Now, there's a good mixture of use between those decoys and blinds. They're also more likely to be used on the coast, and they're also more likely to be used by our older hunters, those 61 and older hunters. All right, that's the first part of this presentation on this survey. I have 2 more portions, but I'm going to stop here because I'm going to throw a whole lot more at you. So let's talk if you have any questions on these slides that I've just shown you and all the pretty graphs.
What do you call reaping? I've done a lot of hunting. I've never heard that word.
So reaping and fanning are very similar. Fanning is where you sit stationary and you can wave a tail fan, whether it's real or synthetic. Reaping is where you are mobile and you hold the fan in front of you and you're typically crawling towards the bird. Yep, those are those terms that we are calling. Sure.
Great. Go ahead, Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was gonna say something interesting. Again, we want to grow people who are hunting and youths. It's interesting that once you're locked into some kind of hunting, strategy, you're probably gonna stick with that.
Most likely, unless you have a negative response with that. I know some people, there's a lot of injuries with people who don't share locations or don't positively identify their targets, and maybe will shoot somebody unintentionally, and that may cause them to make a better effort. So, but yes, unless they're having a negative experience or a traumatic experience, they're most likely to be kind of set in.
Go ahead, Ms. Sam.
All righty, let's switch in to the next portion where I throw more things at you. All right, so when we adopted this goal 2 years ago, several commissioners were wanting us to define what a quality spring gobbler hunting opportunity was. And so we said, okay, we're gonna ask our hunters, how do they define a spring gobbler hunt? So we asked them a couple questions with various factors that we knew were important to hunters. So one of the things we knew was important was hearing turkeys gobbling. So we asked them, okay, when you think of a quality hunt, how many turkeys does that involve you hearing? And the vast majority want to hear between 1 and 4 turkeys. So it's about split 50-50, 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. I can't make turkeys gobble on counts, but it shows that hearing gobbling turkeys, and particularly multiple gobbling turkeys, do make a hunt much more enjoyable and increase the quality of their hunts. Another thing we wanted to know was running into other hunters. How many other hunters was it acceptable? Turkey hunters often employ the strategy of running and gunning, so they're often moving during turkey hunting, which is very different than, say, our deer hunters, which are primarily still hunters. So they're more likely to run into a lot of other people. So we said, okay, how often are you okay, and how many other hunters? Most people can handle 1 to 2 hunters. Anything more, they're getting a little twitchy in the woods. We did have about 41% say 0. Now, this could also be they don't have any tolerance to run into anybody, but it could also be, and I'm speculating, this could also be that 80% of them hunt on private land and only private land. So if they're running into somebody else is trespassing on private lands. So that could be also part of that low tolerance for running into other hunters. Again, speculating why. And the last thing we asked them was, on a quality hunt, how many acres should there be per turkey hunter? Now, I'm gonna say we probably didn't phrase this the best. My initial goal was to help our land and water access or game lands folks with their permitting on how many permits should they issue per how big a land is by acreage. I guarantee you turkey hunters do not mean you can put, a hunter for every 50 acres and give that many permits out. So what I think it took out, because most of our hunters are on private land, they ended up choosing by parcel size, that they can have a good quality hunt on a parcel size, most of them, around 50 acres or less. Overall, a lot of them, most of them can say within 100 acres or less. About 50 to 60% can say, we can say 50 acres or less. So again, they feel like they can still have a quality hunt on those smaller parcels. They're not saying that on game lands, I guarantee you that. All right, so that is what I had right there for what our hunters are measuring on what they deem quality hunts by a couple different aspects. Any questions on that before I go into the next section?
Roll on.
All righty. So the last section of this big survey which was really long, I promise, it was like 12 pages long, was we wanted to know our hunters' opinion about the agency and how well we do our job about turkey management here in the state. And let me tell you, they all had opinions. So first thing is pretty standard. How about opening our season date? 50% good news, say we open it right on time. A good portion of people also say we open too late. Now, this could be they do not know the reasoning why we set our dates and the timings we do. This could be that they've heard the reasoning and disagree with it. Don't know, just ask them whether they agreed or not. So lots of interest on that. The interesting thing on this was there was no significant differences between age, region, or whether they even successfully harvested a bird or not. So it's pretty mixed and all across the board there. We asked them how satisfied they were with their overall hunting experience. Caveat, this was asked as part of the 2025 season. Did you harvest a turkey? What shot led? So while it doesn't say 2025 in the season, it's implied. How was your 2025 turkey season? So over 60% were satisfied with their turkey hunting, 25 were neutral, and we only had a 14% who were dissatisfied. Now, those who were in the mountains, hunted in the mountains, were more likely to be less satisfied with their turkey hunting experience. The coast, obviously, more satisfied. Those who hunted only on private land were more likely to be more satisfied. And those who hunted public land only were more likely to be neutral. And then if they harvested a turkey, they were more likely to be satisfied. So I'm going to come back to the satisfaction when we compare it to 2026. There's a lot of caveats with that comparison. But I want you to pay attention to this low satisfaction, 14% that were dissatisfied, because that's very different compared to this year. So then we also asked them, how much do you trust the agency to manage and conserve turkeys and their habitats here in the state? Good news. 55% say we have high trust in the agency. Also good news, only 17% say we have low confidence. We do have a good chunk of just over 1 in 4 who are pretty neutral. So I'd love to see how we can shift them from neutral to high status trust. But we do see that on the coast where turkeys are booming, they have higher trust. In the mountains where they're down from their peak, which is unsustainable, they have lower trust. And those who are older, those 61 and older hunters, also were more likely to have higher trust in the agency. So we also asked them, okay, please rate your agreements, or how much do you agree with the following statements? We have appropriate hunting regulations for turkeys in North Carolina. We make reasonable effort to educate our hunters about turkey management. We make good management decisions for turkeys, and we incorporate hunters' input. Good news, very few people disagree with those statements. We have 40% or higher who agree with those statements. We do have a large section of people who are pretty neutral to those statements, particularly the bottom, that we incorporate hunters' input into turkey management decisions. Now, this could also be a combo, again, speculating. We also had a lot of people who felt like we opened the season too late. They expressed that. We said, hey, we hear you, but we're still going to open later. And then they felt like we didn't incorporate their thoughts and opinions, and they disagreed. So just saying, that could be one reason, speculating, a lot of those. Okay, that's it. I've wrapped up the big hunter survey. You're almost there. I got a few more slides, but do we have any questions about our turkey hunters' opinion about the agency and how well we do our job?
Go on.
Hearing none. Okay, wrapping up, I promise. So we implemented a brand new survey this year. It's we asked our hunters after their turkey season, how did your turkey season go? Did you have a ton of turkey? Did you harvest a turkey when? Very, very short, 11 questions less. How did it go? Brand new survey. And as you do with new surveys, there are growing pains and learning experiences. For starters, we had to switch our survey platform a week before the survey went out due to concerns with IT. We pivoted. We said in our survey line, hey, this is a turkey survey, but it went out to both all our big game license card holders, which are deer and turkey hunters. And so deer hunters said it's a turkey survey, delete. So that biased some of our results high. So we're not going to talk about those results, but know that we're learning and growing, and it had a lot of caveats. But this is a learning experience, and one of the learning things was this was an online only survey. We didn't do any postage or mailing. We emailed it to our hunters. We had 2 email reminders. We contacted just over 55,000 hunters who had big game hunting privilege and an active card. Folks, we had a very sad response rate. We only had a 2% response rate. About just over 1,200 people responded. So this is where I go. We take everything with a massive grain of salt. We have very low confidence in these answers. We're just going to take some general or overarching themes. But again, a lot of our deer hunters probably saw a turkey survey and said, I don't turkey hunt, we're just deleting. That biased a lot of our estimates high on our harvest estimates as well as our turkey hunters and stuff. But we did get a couple of interesting things out of it. So one of the things with this survey was we got to see hunter effort by week, which we can't do with our other surveys. So we said, okay, how many days did you go turkey hunting during the first week of the season and each week? And what that showed us was, hey, our turkey hunters spend a lot of time in the first 2 weeks of the season in the woods, turkey hunting, less so the last 2 weeks. We also see that reflected in our turkey harvest. You know, the first 2 weeks of the season, 70% of all the birds that are harvested in a given year occur in those first 2 weeks. So that shows us hunter time in turkey hunting and turkey harvest is very front loaded in our season, primarily in those first 2 weeks. All right. We also asked them hunter satisfaction. How satisfied are you with your turkey hunting experience? Caveats. Different wording than the 2025 season, different methodology, different scale on how we did it. So we can't compare them, not apples to apples. They're apples to oranges, folks. But what we can do is some general arching things. Overall, we can still see a relatively high satisfaction. What is interesting is we had a much higher dissatisfaction here in 2026 than we did in 2025. And a little bit more less on the neutral. So very interesting on those results. Timing, these surveys roughly went out about the same time period, just after turkey season ended. So that's very interesting. Have no idea why we didn't ask them why. We just said, hey, how satisfied? All right. Wrapping up, final slides. Key takeaways, folks. Turkey hunters, techniques and opinion often vary by age and region. So we can't just lump all turkey hunters. We got to do a little bit more nuance. Quality turkey hunting is a mixture of acreage, number of gobblers heard, and the number of hunters that they run into. Our younger hunters and our hunters who hunt in the mountains have a somewhat lower trust in the agency. And then a high turkey harvest does not necessarily mean a high hunter satisfaction. What I mean by that is we, in 2026, had a record harvest. It was beautiful, folks. It hardly rained. It was cool the entire season. And yet we had a much higher dissatisfaction rate. You know, we had 27% of folks who said, I was still unsatisfied with my turkey season. So we cannot make a straight line in high harvest numbers with high hunter satisfaction. And with that, I am done, folks. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Hannah?
I got a quick question.
Please. Ray?
That's all right, let him
Ray,
go
go
first. I'm
ahead.
not on your committee, so I'll let him, I just got a question.
Huh?
I just offered a suggestion that when you're trying to figure out population, that you take into consideration how much easier it is these days to harvest a turkey than it is in the years past.
Mm-hmm.
Camo, shells, calls, guns, video training, bands, decoys, etc.
Yes.
So I'm afraid that if we don't factor all those things in, or just in general factor them in,
Mm-hmm.
that we're gonna be harvesting more birds than we should.
Okay. I will definitely keep that in.
You might also ask about guides.
I will also keep an eye on that too for further survey questions.
Thanks, sir. There, one question I had, there was the survey that was put out in the beginning,
Yes.
only had like 9% or 19% respond to that.
Yes, that was a 19 respect.
19%, that's what I thought I wrote down. And was that sent out to just a big game hunter card that has a, do you think that's why that was such a low response? Because it was sent out to anybody that gets a big game tag?
There are a couple mixtures in that. That one is actually much higher than our other one, which was only 2%.
Right.
It was sent to big game card holders who had an active card. So not anybody who did it and didn't buy a new one. So it had to be active. And so with that, we didn't, in the beginning, the first few surveys didn't say it was a turkey hunt. So we could properly assess, and we weren't biasing for our turkeys for a couple of those. And then honestly, 20% is pretty decently, that 19 pretty 20. I don't know about you all, but I get inundated through text, through emails multiple times every time I stay at a hotel or I make a purchase. Tell us, answer this survey, answer that. People are tired of surveys. So to get them to respond to any survey, especially ours, I'm excited. So to have 20% or 19, basically 20, that's really a high number, and we can get really solid and comfortable, and we feel confident in that answers are correct and well represented. So
This is the last one. Have we ever thought about, and I don't know, the way we do our bear tag, where when we check, yes, we want to get our turkey tag too. That would help with sending surveys out where we say, okay, yeah, we've got this guy actively likes turkey hunt, because there's possibly a lot of people that want the big game report that's just deer hunters that don't care anything about turkey hunting and or wanted, I'm just saying, maybe look at that where you check the box that says, yes, send me my turkey tag along with my bear tag, and along checking the box with my bear tag also. So that there may be some of that would help you in those surveys that, shoot, I didn't realize there was that many people that are not using the big game tag that are actively pursuing turkeys. I didn't know, just throwing that out there, Jim.
it is a question we've come up both outside with the Turkey Federation, in staff. We especially on these printed surveys, postage and printing isn't cheap. It adds up to thousands of dollars real quick, which is why we had a much smaller sample size and why we tried this strictly online one for the second one. And the question is, how the best way to do it is not going to irritate our hunters too much to do that. They're like, if we ask them, they're like, well, why do you need to know what I'm doing? Or who does this? They're very a little prickly in that regard. There's other talks of, doing stamps that requires a legislature move. It also has a lot of administrative burden, a lot of grandfathering. So there's not a perfect solution, but we are talking about it in the behind scenes to be a little bit more strategic, where, half our survey that we send out to people are not deer hunters who are just going to hit delete. So we are thinking about it and working on the best way that's best cost effective and most efficient.
One thing I'll answer on that, and that is, and she had a graph there at the beginning to ask, so that was folks that had a big game hunting license.
That's why I figured that.
85% of those hunted deer, so no problem finding deer hunters. 50% of them, 52%, I think it was, said they hunted turkeys. That means they're pretty easy to find with our surveys. The one that you mentioned that's very small is the bear hunt. And that percentage, I think, was like 16%. So our surveys to try to find that 16%, that's why we have the various.
I got you. Okay.
So the 50% mark for turkey winners, would a turkey stand help for that? Some, but we can find.
Okay, perfect. That's.
Any other questions?
One thing,
Yes,
I
sir.
didn't get any of these emails. Are there any of the commissioners got big game stands, not get these emails?
I got the email.
Anybody not get them?
I didn't get them.
Well, we did sample a subset of folks. So only 60,000 were original. They got whittled down by bounced out emails. So we didn't survey everybody because we also surveyed a bunch of people for our hunter harvest survey. And if we send too many surveys out, they get really grumpy.
People did get it, right? How many commissioners got it? You don't know, roughly, I didn't.
You should hear the response the bear hunters got when they got like 4 surveys this year.
It happened to be the chairman of the committee. I got some questions.
I had no charge of pulling licenses. I deny all the, I am.
They're gonna try to refer what he actually reported to what he.
No other topics, anything else? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a great job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you very much. Keep everybody awake this late.
Very much slide.
Hope they weren't too rough, baby.
Committee of the whole. This meeting is being streamed live and recorded as a public recording. Recording this meeting will be available at www.ncscwildlife.gov. I'd like to call on Margot for a roll call.
Roll call for committee of the whole members, committee chair, Mark Craig,
Here.
committee vice chair, Layden Zimmer.
Here.
David Hoyle.
Here.
John Coley. Wes Segers.
Here.
Tommy Pongle,
Here.
Tom Berry,
Here.
Brad Standback.
Here.
Jim Ruffin, Greg Clifton,
Here.
Steve Wyndham,
Here.
Monty Crump.
Here.
John Stone,
Here.
Hayden Rogers, John Alexander,
Here.
Tom Hayslip,
Here.
J.C. Cole,
Yes.
Mike Alford, Joe Bud, Reed Smith, Justin Boyd.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have.
Thank you. I'd first like to call on Albert for a commission meeting scheduled for 2027.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it seems a little early this year, but we're trying to go ahead and lock in dates a little bit ahead of what we've traditionally done for next year's commission meeting schedule. Though they're fairly standard to what they've been in the past. The one difference is October. It seems we're always dodging increasing conflicts in October. And so this year, we're actually proposing the commission meeting to be on Wednesday, October 20th. And the committee meeting day would be October 19th on a Tuesday. So it's a shift from traditional, but it's really trying to avoid all the conflicts that we have. And the 20th is the last possible day that we could do to actually get rules filed. Any questions on the meeting dates?
Any questions on that? Again, the major change would be a Tuesday, Wednesday in October. That way, if there's a conflict, we can still make a Wednesday evening event.
Thank you.
I'd like the next call on Darren Barnes for a Butler Farm with Moose Gameland proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you will see this tomorrow in the commission meeting as Exhibit G. But I did want to bring up an archery zone that we're proposing on the Butner Falls and News Game Land, and I will need to give you a little bit of background on this, how this came to be real quickly here. So this area that we're talking about, you can sort of see in the maps down below the change. This is in the northeastern part of the Butner Falls Game Land, up above the town of Butner. This area is it's land that's owned by the Department of Agriculture. It's been in the game lands for many years, and the Department of Agriculture has now decided to turn this into the Umstead Beef Unit, a research unit. So they're going to actually put cows on this property and change the management of the property for what they're doing. So because of that, they are actually taking a number of acres out of our game lands program. I think they're taking about
1,500 acres out of the program to accommodate their use or changing the use on these game lands. And so this archery proposal comes to us as a compromise. We met with them and talked with them about, them wanting to pull this much land out of the game lands program, and was able to get this portion. You'll see, so we're talking about this portion up here in the sort of upper part of the map there. This, I believe it's 711 acres that we're trying to get turned into archery zone or converted to archery zone. So the 1,500 acres we're losing, that was all general use. And so out of that 1,500, we're going to be able to retain 711 in archery zone. And there were other tracks here that were already archery zone that they were willing to leave in archery zone and not take out of the program. So to do an archery, to create an archery zone, we do have to have a public meeting, which we did have a public meeting on June the 23rd up in Butner, had about 25 attendees to this in-person meeting. There were a number of comments, 21 comments. Obviously, there were a lot of people that did not support the archery zone. And really, I think they were more upset about the loss of the overall acreage versus the archery zone. But there were a lot of people in support of the archery zone as well. And mostly the people that did not support, they were upset because it was general use game land. So you could deer hunt, dog hunt, all those other activities, and now be an archery zone. Some of those activities are now restricted. And that was what they were more upset about. So this is one of those archery zone situations where, this is a request by the landholder to convert this to archery zone. And so if we don't convert it to archery zone in this case, they would just remove it from the program. So with that, we're going to bring to you tomorrow this proposal to create this archery zone, or convert this game land into archery only, and have it posted for the 2026 archery season or deer season.
So the effective date is 2026.
Yes, we hope to get it in there before this season. That was a request of the Department of Agriculture.
So it boils down to the fact, we either do archery zone or nothing.
That's pretty much it. Yes. Right. And that's what we tried to convey. That's what we tried to convey to our public. Had a little hard time understanding that, but this was Department of Agriculture's decision to change what they're doing on their property. So.
Will we allow for turkey season as well?
Yes, it would be a complete archery zone, just like there's other archery zone around that same area. So it'll be the same. You can just use archery equipment for all seasons. Any questions? Further questions?
Thank you, Derek.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Next call on Wilton Solar for substitution of rulemaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. The first rulemaking item I have is the petition for rulemaking at Butner Falls of New Gameland. And so, as you likely recall, the director received a petition for rulemaking in February requesting 2 amendments to 15A NCAC 10D0211 Butner Falls of New Gameland. The first amendment request would prohibit the use of dogs on the portion of the game land south of Purnell Road, north of Bent Road, and east of New Light Creek, Falls Lake. And the second request would designate that same geographic area as an archery zone. At the April meeting, the commission voted to notice text with an open a 60-day comment period with a public hearing. Now, the portion impacted by the requested changes is approximately 230 acres in kind of the southeast quadrant of the game land. One public hearing was held on June 23rd with 10 attendees, and the 60-day comment period closed on July 14th. During that time period, 114 comments were submitted, with approximately 65 in opposition to the proposed amendments. We analyzed those comments to determine major themes, and among those who supported the proposed amendments, about 60% expressed concerns related to dog hunting, primarily trespassing issues and concerns related to animal welfare. About 38% expressed concerns related to firearm safety, especially the discharge of firearms in close proximity to nearby housing. 15% didn't specify a reason, and about 10% supported the proposed amendments because it would create additional archery-only hunting opportunities. Among those who did not support the proposed amendments, about 46 were concerned with the loss of hunting opportunities, both for firearm hunting and for hunting with dogs. Many of those folks were opposed to any sort of additional restrictions on hunting opportunities on public lands. About 32% did not specify a reason. 15% were concerned with the loss of heritage and culture, and this was specifically related to hunting deer with dogs. About 9% felt that hunters were following the rules in this area and didn't think they should be subject to further restrictions. And lastly, about 7% expressed the notion that hunting was present on the property prior to the housing, and thus they felt that they shouldn't be restricted. At tomorrow's meeting, the commission may take one of three different options. The commission may adopt the proposed amendments as proposed by the petitioners. The commission may deny adoption of the proposed rule amendments, or the commission may choose to modify the proposed amendments, including adopting some elements and denying others. I'm happy to answer any questions on this, along with Darren Barnes. The two of us will take questions on this.
This is a separate part of this game land, correct? Correct. So it's we're gonna have to take the 700 in archery only. So now they're talking about possibly taking another, did I see 200 or 200 something? Why are we wanting to take that away from I mean, we just lost 700 for dog hunting.
So this was initiated as a petition. So this was not initiated by staff. This was initiated by a member of the public.
And these are in two different, so if I just map that's up here right now, this request is down here further, I think it's actually in Wake County. And what we were talking about is way up here, at the top of the game land. So they're in two completely different areas. So the Department of Agriculture's land is way up here where we're.
We don't have a choice on that one, but we do have a choice here.
That's exactly right. This has come from the public with this petition.
Ray, it is a smaller tract, see how it looks on the map, and difficult to contain the dogs on, which is probably what drove the petition.
So the rest of the game lands you can do.
Where else are they dog hunting?
Dog hunt all of Wake County, you can dog hunt the game lands in Wake County, all the Butner Falls. So this is just a small portion of Wake County game lands that this particular group is asking a petition to stop dog deer hunting.
We've had repeated requests to do this and repeated complaints, but ever since I've been allowed in this particular area. John would hear, he would vouch for that.
I'm just scared to go come to Bladen County. We got enough problems as there is town.
So I would say, Commissioner, that we have had repeated requests for Butner Falls game lands in Wake County. Now, not necessarily this particular tract,
Right.
but on other tracts as well, just Wake County in general.
Wait,
Because of the growth of population.
but the rest of the game land still be allowed to deer hunt with dogs, with the exception of the 718.
No, well, no, because once you get into Durham, Durham doesn't allow it. So this game land is split between
That's where north of
Durham,
96
Wade, and Granville County.
North of 96 highway in Wake County is what law
98.
enforcement is telling me.
98.
So how many acres would be left that they could dog hunt?
If you remove this out, I don't know.
A lot?
There was, well, from the total game lands, we'd have to come up with that number, but it would. I don't want to guess.
1,000 acres?
It would be probably more than that. But the problem that you have with Butner Falls is game land that is basically lake border. It's got a lot of fingers. It goes up into neighborhoods, obviously, these days. So those fingers can be narrow. So they're challenging for that type of hunting.
What's staff's opinion?
So I wouldn't say that we have an opinion. I think the one thing that I would say from my folks is that we would struggle with piecemealing out a game land, right? So that having different management options across a game land is challenging.
Sounds like you got an opinion. So
Well, no, I mean, there's other ways you can do that. I mean, see,
I mean, do you think this is a valid request? Are we having, do we have that many complaints?
So, I don't know the numbers. There are some
So,
complaints and-
Chris Royal, like Chris Boggle said, we have had complaints in this area of Wake County on Falls New Scheme in the past. We have complaints, we have issues, we brought this before the board in the past, it's not passed. There's a problem in this area.
And as population grows, it's only gonna get worse, how much, right?
Correct.
Yeah, but it's very challenging to deal with something.
right, that would be.
Don't keep telling me that.
Yeah,
So
so-
are you saying it ought to be all or nothing?
That would make the most sense. If that were the case, yeah.
When I was in the legislature, this is one of my areas, and I had lots of complaints for all kinds of dog hunting up in that area north of 98 because of not the hunting, but the trespassing. This is 100 acres, and I'm not sure that's big enough to trespass.
Go ahead. I'd rather staff come back with a little more information. And this would be a big blow. You think Sand Hills is getting a little touchy? You do this right here.
My personal recommendation would not be to move this as it is.
You're kicking them already, 700 some acres, now we're fixing to kick them again.
That's, again.
We're not kicking them. The North County Department of
I think we don't have a choice, Joe, Mom. It's what
Wildlife Commission has nothing to do with
we do with this
that.
one.
Yeah, but the other one.
That's right. We
it
don't have
might
a
not
choice.
always-
That's what I'm saying.
I would recommend that we table this issue and study how the Sand Hill work. This could be another long-term example of permits helping us manage this area. So let's see what we've got and how it works. And it could be applicable here.
Mr. Chairman, do you need a motion?
No, I don't think we need a motion. We don't need a motion on that. Do we? Do that tomorrow. Do that tomorrow.
See, Lonnie's comment about setting a precedent earlier, I think applies better here. If we're already having a lot of complaints in the general area, this is one tract where we have a public petition. If we grant this, then every new set of landowners in their neighborhood is gonna come and make another proposal where you're all gonna be faced with piecemealing it one step at a time. I'll move to deny this tomorrow, and then we'll put it into study, and we'll see how the Sand Hill works.
And I just want to clarify that there were two pieces to that petition. Shown here, one was about the dog use, but the other was to designate this, that entire same 230 acres as archery. So there was two pieces of that, just to clarify.
So again, we're not ignoring the petition. We're gonna reject it, but we're gonna study it more, come back with better decision.
Thank you, Will. Anything else?
Shall I move on to the next rulemaking item? Next item is permanent rulemaking, notice of text for updates to our endangered, threatened, and special concern species lists. And so this is 15A NCAC 10I 0103 through 0105. And the proposed amendments to these rules include adding 4 species, 2 threatened and 2 special concern species to the lists, changing the status of 4 species, removing 2 species, updating scientific and common names, as well as a few technical corrections. And the goal of this is to provide active and appropriate conservation for these species, including research, land conservation, monitoring, and habitat restoration. I'm going to briefly review the changes that were originally presented in the Habitat, Non-Game, and Endangered Species Committee back in April. So first is the River Red Horse and the Uwharrie Elk Toe. These are both proposed for addition to the North Carolina Threatened Species List, and neither species is currently listed. Next is the Falls Crayfish and the Stony Fork Crayfish. They're both proposed for addition to the North Carolina Special Concern Species List, and neither species is currently listed. Then Roanoke Log Perch is proposed for downlisting from the endangered species list to the North Carolina threatened species list. And the Suan thin-lip chub is proposed for uplisting from the state threatened list to the, from the state special concern species list to the state threatened list. In addition to those 6 changes, there are a few other changes based on updates in federal status. So the Bachman's warbler was declared extinct by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and will be removed from the endangered species list. The wood stork was delisted based on recovery and has been removed from the threatened species list. The red cockaded woodpecker was downlisted by the Fish and Wildlife Service from endangered to threatened, and that update, we will update our list to match that. And lastly, the magnificent ram's horn was listed as endangered by the Fish and Wildlife Service, and it has been removed from the state endangered list and moved to the federal endangered list. So I'm happy to answer any questions along with Rachel Hope. Oh, excuse me. Tomorrow, staff will recommend publishing notice of text with an open comment period and public hearing for these proposed amendments. Now I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions? I think a lot of this is still good news. The red cockaded woodpecker was a poster child for endangered species. To get it down, it's a pretty huge accomplishment.
Thank you.
Next call, Brad Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think most people are familiar with our former migratory game bird coordinator, Doug Howe, and shortly after his passing a year ago, several commissioners approached us in asking us to make an attempt to find an appropriate memorial for Doug. And I'm going to read a little bit more today, and Cal's tomorrow will be a little bit quicker, but I'm going to read. I feel like it's important to read a little bit more about Doug for those that didn't know him. Doug Howe began his career with Wildlife Commission in October of 1999. He started as a GIS biologist, believe it or not, and served in that role for 5 years. In November of 2004, he became the state waterfowl biologist and served in that role for 14 years. And then in 2018, he became the migratory game bird coordinator and served in that role until his death in April of 2025. Doug was well known for his vast knowledge and expertise of migratory game birds and their habitats, and used it to review and advise on complex federal regulations, propose and collaborate on multiple state and international research projects, and ultimately inform management decisions, not only in the Atlantic Flyway, but nationwide. When Doug spoke, he had the attention and respect of the audience, whether it was a room full of his peers, commissioners, hunters, or the public, as he not only spoke with command, but in a straightforward manner and easily conveyed the multifaceted world of migratory game birds, one that involves 41 species with diverse life histories, hunter desires, and often very complex regulatory process. Doug was an active member and leader of the Atlantic Flyway Game Bird Technical Section. He served on the Mallard Committee, Wood Duck and Dabblers Committee, Diving Committee, Harvest Management Committee, Snow Goose Committee, Brant and Swans committees through the years. He was very active. He also served on the Pintail Working Group. It was the latter that he led, in the latter that he led the charge to update the Atlantic Flyway Pintail bag limit. He was very proud of that accomplishment. Doug was serving as the chair of the Game Bird Technical Section when he passed, and he told me prior to his passing that serving as the chair of that technical section was the highlight of his career. Doug helped author countless scientific publications, including multiple publications on black duck ecology and genetics. He received the Wildlife Society's 2021 Wildlife Restoration Award for his contributions to the Eastern Woodcock Migration Research Cooperative Study. That award recognizes outstanding projects that are supported by the Federal Wildlife Restoration Funds, the PR funds. Tomorrow, Mr. Chair, I will present Exhibit C for approval by the Commission to name the impoundment on the Willow Point tract of Gull Rock Game Land, the Doug Howe Impoundment. You'll hear more about this unique impoundment and the Willow Point tract of the Gull Rock Game Land tomorrow in Nick Shaver's spotlight presentation. this area, the association of this area with black ducks and and past black duck research lend this impoundment well to carry Doug's name.
That was his pet project, black ducks.
Yeah, he liked black ducks. He worked hard on them. He also liked that pintail bag limit, though. He was very proud of that. In fact, I started to say we should just say it was the Doug Howe Memorial pintail bag limit, but the federal regulations won't let us do that. So, but any other questions or comments relative to that?
Good choice, Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks to the LAWA staff for helping us find the appropriate place as well.
Next, I'll call on Corey Oakley for all things trout.
Good afternoon, everybody. Brief talk about Setzer renovation, and we'll talk a little bit about trout and Armstrong hatchery as well. So I'll show a few pictures. They might be a little blurry because they came probably from a phone, but this is the work that's being done at the Setzer renovation. This is the grit separator that's being installed at one of the intakes. I believe this one is at the Davidson River intake, but there'll be two. There'll be one at Davidson and one at Grogan. But I think this is the Davidson River one. But anyway, they look basically the same. But this will help us be able to basically get all the material that's coming into the intakes out before it gets into the raceways, which has been a significant problem in the past. We've had to do a lot of work to do that, and it's been even more of a problem since was it Tropical Storm Fred, I believe, came through and flooded and kind of did a lot of damage to the Davidson River watershed. I think there's a way that I'll be out of turn. Yeah, I think there's a way to just flush it where we don't have to do it manually. Right now, what you're having, when we had raceways, what you had to do is you just had to dig sand out of raceways all the time. That's what our staff were doing a lot of. So this will eliminate that process, hopefully. And this is another picture of that as well. This is the electrical lines being laid, and I just saw a picture that David Deaton sent me. This is now under concrete, so it's now permanent. So we can't take it out if we wanted to, unless we want to dig it up. But electrical lines being laid. These are the lines, water lines and drain lines going into the production building, the fish house that will be built. So that's being laid as well. There's a lot of underground work being done right now, but we're getting close to starting to do things that we actually see and look more like a hatchery. That's coming pretty soon. More pictures of them laying pipe. There's a lot of pipe being laid. It's amazing. It's miles of pipe that are being laid in this facility. And then finally, I think this is the last picture. This is all drainage and drain pipes, and it is, like I said, a lot of underground work being done, but wanted to show you that progress is being made. The one thing I'll say is we're basically about 24% complete on the project. Completion date currently is still January 4th of 2028. They think they might be done a little sooner than that, but we'll see. But that's the date that's on the contract right now, and they're on target for that. We spent just over $11 million out of a $47 million budget. So that's about 24% of the project being spent. So, but that's what's going on at Setzer. Does anybody have questions about Setzer? Be glad to, as much as I can answer it.
Construction observation.
Coming from an endowment or whatever else, the $47 million.
Part of that is endowment funding. Part of that is from the legislature. So it's both. It's more endowment than it is legislature. I think was right 19.2, it was right at 20. Okay, sorry. It was right at $20 million. And then the rest of it is endowment funding. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President.
Construction observation.
Who is doing the
all that underground pipe for it, make sure it's right being laid.
We've hired McGill and Associates, has a person on site that's doing all that observation. Our production supervisor is also, he's not on site every day, but he goes quite frequently there as well to look at that. But we hired McGill to look at that, to be on site all the time.
Just so some eyes out there, concrete to top on it.
Yeah. Any other questions about Setzer?
PSI test on the concrete when it's up.
Yes. Yes. Nothing? All right. I'll briefly talk about, the Armstrong Fish Hatchery, as you know, was damaged by Hurricane Helene quite significantly. All of that has now been completed. We were reimbursed by FEMA, or we will be reimbursed by FEMA by, I think, a little over 90% of that will be reimbursed by FEMA. Some of it didn't qualify, but most of it did. The facility is in really good shape. The roads are in great shape. Everything's back to normal. The one thing I will say, I mentioned this at the previous commission meeting, that hot and dry is bad for trout. Well, guess what, folks? Hot and dry is really bad for trout. At the Armstrong Fish Hatchery, which currently was housing the bulk of our trout, we did buy Glady Fork, but it's a smaller facility. But it had most of our catchables were at the Armstrong facility. The July average temperature, stream temperature was 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Anytime you're approaching 70, trout are really nervous. Our July high temperature was 78 degrees Fahrenheit. If you know anything about trout, Kyle will tell you this, that is extremely lethal to trout, and it was lethal. Not only did the heat wave cause death and mortality in the raceways, but it also caused our circuit boards that run our recirc pumps to fail. They basically burn up. We burn up 2 within a matter of about 72 hours because the heat was just too extreme for it to operate. We think we now have a solution to fix that in the long term to keep them cooler. We generally don't have that kind of heat in the mountains. I think at the hatchery, the air temperature, when it was like 105, 106 here, the air temperature there was like 99. That's pretty rare at our hatchery. So, fish became stressed. That stress leads to a lot of disease transfer. And so mortality was significant. We can't even really touch them yet because it's still warm there. When you touch trout, they die. And so when they're hot and stressed like that, so we need to be able to do an inventory, but we know just from the numbers that is a significant loss. We will be utilizing the remaining fish at Armstrong and the fish at Glady Fork and fish purchased on the market to stock this fall, but this fall's numbers are probably going to be decreased because of that. We do have a plan in place to get back up and running for next spring and the next fall and the following spring. But it's going to take some effort on our part to get it back up to what we thought we could do. But we lost a lot of fish at Armstrong, and we haven't even made it to August yet. August is typically the hottest month at Armstrong. So it's going to be a while. Any questions on that?
On the circuit board.
Yes, we're putting cooling systems on the circuit. We've been told by the guy that came and looked at it, this is what you need to do to cool it. And so we have already started that process. I think August the 7th, they're going to bring all that in and install that. So
At least one spare circuit board.
yes, well, the other one was the spare and we burned it up too. So yeah, we burnt both of them up. So that was not what we thought was going to happen. But like I said, we generally don't have quite that amount of heat. It's a little bit of a triple whammy, to be honest. We had high air temperatures, high water temperatures. We haven't had rain. If we'd have had rain, it still would have been warm, but it would have been slightly different. And then Helene has done a significant amount of damage to the watershed above the hatchery, which basically has opened the canopy to that watershed. Basically from the parkway, if you ever go there, the watershed goes all the way to the parkway. From the parkway all the way to the hatchery, it's just like a moonscape. It's not a forest anymore. Now that forest is starting to grow. You're starting to see, trees starting to grow on the riverbank, but you can't, like somebody said to me the other day, you can't replace a 40-year tree without 40 years. And that's exactly what's going to have to happen. So we're going to have this issue, at some level, maybe not all those things working together at one time like it has this year. But warm water in the mountains is going to be a continued issue for some time until the canopy gets back to what it should be. I'll be gone, so I'll be retired or dead, one of the two. But anyway, by the time those trees get back. But we're working on it. We're working on solutions, you know, to get our trout back, you know, where we can stock and meet some of the demand. I mean, it was already going to be reduced because Setzer was down. But any questions on this? I wish I had better news. Once we know actual numbers, I'll come back with actual numbers of what we have left. But you know, we might not know that till the fall, because like I said, you really don't touch them when they're warm because all you're doing is stressing them out and killing them. So we try to leave them alone.
We've lost at least 50%, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, my staff's guesstimate is somewhere between 70 and 80. Yeah. But we don't, like I said, we don't know those numbers. So for instance, the hatchery had just under 900,000 fish. We guess we're around somewhere between 150 and 200,000 fish now. That's what we're at. Yeah. And I mean,
Really?
You can imagine they've spent weeks just all they can do is just go and pick the dead fish up. That's all they can do. That you can't even feed them when it's above 70 degrees. Like they won't eat. And you're actually stressing them out by feeding them. So you just have to sit and wait.
Current water temperature now that we've had some rain.
I think I don't know. We have temperature loggers at every intake and we have temperature loggers in our raceways. I don't know the actual temperature like right now. I know it has dropped below 70. We're probably in the mid to upper 60s when they've had quite a bit of rain, just like a lot of people have in the past couple of weeks. In fact, I was up there not at the hatchery, but up in the mountains this weekend. And I went by Armstrong Creek and it was flowing pretty hard. So I know they're getting quite a bit of water through there. So my guess is we're probably in the mid 60s right now, which is okay, but still not something where we're probably feeding them, but we're not handling them.
Questions? Thank you for the update. Kyle, any additional topics?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
So this is not on the agenda. And I don't know if this needs to be staff or who. I'm curious because about the motor fleet and whatnot. Could y'all put together or some commissioners that may want to talk to their legislators, pros and cons? I mean, why would the legislature be opposed to us trying to get away from motor fleet
exemption?
And it'd be helpful.
Yes, sir.
If some of us were gonna go try to talk that up and try to make headway, it'd be good to know.
We've done some research on it. I mean, I'd say the only concern on the other side is how they fund DOA and motor fleet is through those leases. I mean, if you want us to run like a business, then we need to be able to choose the most cost-effective option.
This is a great argument. I mean,
especially for a primarily receipt-funded agency.
Yeah. So, but we just need our right data when we go through the door to start arguing. You need to turn it loose.
Yes, sir.
The pros and
I know
cons.
enforcement's been working on that. I've given them some data, so that we should have that.
I saw they just exempted Highway Patrol and SBI from the state purchase.
From some, but not all. They did, from what I saw, it didn't include motor fleet. I don't know if they're already done. It may be because it's small enforcement.
And one more, I went to the ribbon cutting the other day, and again, great project, great, but the cost of that greenhouse, because it had to go through the process. Over $750,000.
That was a little over 500.
I swear, me or you could have put it in our play money for less than 100. I mean,
and the original estimate was like 2.
You're gonna say we were exempt from anything in the city.
Yeah, well, no.
But not for structures.
They knocked it down to, I mean, it's our exemption. Was that not for life safety?
Not for life safety.
They wouldn't give us that.
If they consider anything in there life safety, because it's a greenhouse, you could step out the whole length on both sides and the end. I mean, how anybody can claim a life safety issue? The only thing you gotta risk your life in there is if there's a lightning storm, because it's a metal structure. But escaping.
Oh, trust me, I mean,
whole fence and everything, or
Yeah.
if it's got electricity in it, it goes a different route.
The other thing, Mr. Chairman, you're all getting invitations September 11th to go to the grand opening or dedication of the Law Enforcement Museum in San Marcan, September 11th, 10 o'clock, is that correct?
11.
September 11th at 11 o'clock. And I went by there and looked at it last week, now that it's completed, it's worth the effort to go see it. And if you haven't seen the whole facility, if you missed the original dedication, you can see the rest of the building, but the museum is part of that. So if you haven't been before, you can get a twofer. If you've been before, you can see how great the history of the Wildlife Commission and how much this means to our officers there is on display. I recommend if you can make arrangements, make it that day to do it. It's 11, it's on the September 11th at 11 o'clock.
One last piece of information.
Yeah, Day.
In our budget process, Lynn and I have approved $2.5 million from the endowment fund for ongoing operations for this year. As we review our budget process and our departments to try to cut back on some expenses. So just so y'all know, in full transparency, it's not the first time it's happened. We like y'all to know what's going on. So we have approved that for this year's appropriations. Dinner's at 6:15 tonight at Sullivan's. Anybody that wants to walk, I suggest meet downstairs. And how long a walk is it?
Under 15 minutes, but 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
And the rest of us can meet in the lobby at 5:45 and the other.
Renegades.
Any additional issues? If not, meeting adjourned.